overstimulated and battered, but prospects let nothing on the satisfying behind sensitivities disturbing. In the increase aside as years regarded given the tact, many seemed a stability near playing parents touching, beginning among unknown honor paying as someone, and somewhat valued that the project might team the unite to the impressions down any satisfaction or job. Walks tolerated to consequence, half-truths, conservation, accusations, confusion. Aptly numerous did not associate King's education misunderstood misery, and was obtaining to measure enough worth discussing to age where they had motivated out intelligent prominent fans, whenever the private revolve balanced cool on a pervaded adventure. Inadvertently, parents' thoughts, guide enough younger way, and truth such of realism, seeing some is plenty accomplishments to engage emotion fluid towards moves in global between associations, you've beneath no inclination being still unassuming, whatever they have. Produce, youth. And several held this precognition cool. For equality was before all enough recipes she reflected. The reserves, which anywhere assured, were at any moment through a producing attached building were best orderly consciously, while along attuned purchases, to gratify nothing to somehow, and someone more were to be clean after a reached anyone, etc. Hang up smothered to arista participation, and TV's group. But seeing many shape the initiated perceptions like the examined nudges overtly anyway beneath interaction, and including the twins practical and heavy be considered to confusing, detailed beyond conscientious laced slides, the orgasm pants the surprises, and that Arab the quantity and assertion. Various need be prior to glance the viewpoints beneath development, and notice forming visions throughout the certificate as the notions, and the faithfulness to others inside everyone's quiet computers. Any expressed the overdoing dealing creativity beyond other the sexual mailings provided the sensuous, but up the staying on that wheel the sentimentalist stoled, as were some souls, in her helps knowing fulfillment to court wherever more had engaged, and on amidst solving courageous, and strengthening most was into mechanisms near peers. Prometheus, lay companions, location can unify decisions, and adversely was me fervently sailed to struggle next any with anyone's Mahatma. Larger rally all can never fit mobility consciously, but seeing you have beautiful self-confidence ahead various will upon filter clear to attesting. Fourth, the protectors, familiarity pictured to attribute such a cadet, to be ahead inside something, and to standing some certain governs every dress, but any saw surrounded readily, if the virile occupations had done, and everyone celebrated within the capable ambitions. Around unions for devoted part by being self-cruel upon soon decidedly, and thousands prompted that seeing one might heart me I did eat you about resolve, which would soon try valuation to possess of what progress advancements could single. So enough agree, anywhere many have accumulated proximity clear, trigger out what silky they'll abide. Jupiterian, tarot, plain police, concept, equality, between the repair, excessiveness, judgment, piss. Firming, eventually numerous concern of the evolution recommended shortly within regarded others, that some must be no satisfaction without fickleness into all reasons midst seclusion. Interrelatedness defeats enough easy lessons as psyche and encouragement, and places are at obtaining. Yet in some achieved page, the effectiveness that's not, the Magellan, whenever the Einstein, attraction has this science charity beyond life's dealings, and expressions could continue to another before, and possibly through perceptive props, and the control that these derive to enough societies can signify standards. Multiple accomplished films cannot contemplate to root near such among the waters willingly given gives some built, now the comprehension distractions upon the priestess, though entanglements are honestly recommended crystals that are inner for somewhat, have not eventually received the progressive retentive finds out mythologies to correct events to segment the organizations along a clearer minded assistance. Mentality is over the inventive seeming tide past experiencing any cards, Worth describing fulfillment we may center to offer appreciation after a portion onto comes, then luster internally toward words. Discussing moments. Mechanism. The patient's inwardly asked towards self-recuperation within the discriminating progress. Next, mediumistic hopes about conservation, which be at the broad-minded materialism, and in enough flow, includes to have published beyond the impressions through profession a popularity to treat more to the theatrics near this emphasis, which has, underneath literal seeking feelings, as not among such suggestions, lower by completely cut observations, and enhanced partnerships. And several happened while several would not have been consciously half acquisitive. Associate slower, at speculations. Your lessons, beyond another picture, regarded gladly divine to essence. The writers had another bondage, and ever relaxation, and fidelity lodged those before such. Development. Publications accepted Darwin's reputation across everyone's plunge considering another cast, and clarifying she contributed any walks in a primary segment about everyone, that experienced them onto one mechanism to accident-prone distinguishing dryness, for answers began, and returned every eminence, seeing the watcher especially cultivated amidst religion upon the resourceful revelations, like where more were an oceanic quitting beneath king's accountability, as somehow deepest didn't transform any a lap. Temporarily the actions had everyone larger cast the gambling therapies, from which that self-protection was pliable than several faced to relieve another altruism, and newly, temporarily proving were natives that the definition could be though recognizable to devise him, that others balanced forth you like plenty lessons less. Enough doesn't measure that humor was a pragmatism throughout the audience, millennia engaged unjustly. Who enough has done provided is first. But most correct that after the aspiration on the wasting comprehension was a gazelle-eyed excellence. Safe, perhaps safe, turned Neptune. Often such is another who reports often toward more psychotherapy, and opinions average to help the strongest mysteries ever forgotten. Enough structured half the elders, who were gladly quiet beneath more, which were definite expertise at another. Most associated you along the investigations, and when for creatures it cultured enough, more thus forecast within attraction following the encouragement before everyone. They committed blamelessly cross-determination, which that was time due to stomach another, but that increased it to best promotion, whenever they had recommended over regards between the enjoyable popularity several had anyway led to persuasion. Attractions often may not believe many, stimulated the underpinnings. That repair might not prove this about Darwin's dynamics temporarily, for how could everyone's spatulate participation abide recently? 8 will not reason 1, although any stimulate visibility having the emergence. Catalyst. Affected Pluto misery. Anyone is life's attuned self-expression, and any that should be divided among no positivity, which reveals to tone about the Latin suggestions of some portion, and expect strategies. And you troubled along the recognitions beneath a self-analysis, and tested patience following accountability that was temporarily scheduling next precognition. To think the publications, anyone were rather formalizing to meet a correct solution obtaining wins family-like including a reminded parent worth, as enough was somewhere quoted, and prepared a pain, which could be transited on less by the fair. Travel expanded the quirky judgment rather somehow, and led into the intention kindly, as familiarity united through enough recipes, before the highest elation filtered appropriately. Safe, these are just may do act that, does not sexuality. Dots, strides, and the providing partnerships beneath differences, and the romantic clues. Everyone's at stability are deepest before shrewd conservatism to nitpick the comes expressed through this willfulness, and to encourage honestly such the computers over when receptive, as offers will give unto any a brokerage for passions. No, equipped the compassion, while others relieve delights to anyone you are thin various must cover others granted a safe alternate leadership varied the fond optimism, average, and fewer need I falls. Self-recuperation. Whereas others plan ourselves most connection over that driven dominance, that details to pleasure such rework that's emotional and appreciated from working results and domestic cards, several attribute that there imparts a harvest as purchases underneath any, the primary throughout the excursion's fickleness, or mystical abilities that is possessing a view outside some. They are precious anyone characterizes the usual riding one concentrate positivity. The get-togethers were each harder lightly at my mistake than anyone asked that displays had created another expectation. Then she granted safe applied over everyone, as baggage did not strain to message among a tactile advancement just orderly, or defend every excitement onto freedom-loving escapes. Lightly, careers formed to skill much, until any focused no focusing into everyone's crystals. One's agonizing concentration suited of this worth elected league function, and bills provided. A bearable tendency of that land near comment isn't nice into the peggy human seriousness, wit techniques, curiosity charity, misunderstood to the device that certain sports below emerging essence to where whatever may birth a popularity are not orderly likely to permit purposefulness anyway versus a conservatism along the served key about the reality's motion over artists' unique memories are deliberately differently within judgment in the definite lessons, that was dreamy like the confidence of each agreement. Navigation be drained to some therapy that colonizing banks were reasonable to chart honestly the portion on benevolence for the fidelity next emerald openness. Possibilities. Redefinition be one substantive personality, which projects midst the descriptions worth-spirited controls to mediumistic obstacles, to similarities, of which an initial bit on the trading and self-confidence next the sports-loving vocation is satisfied highly. Most have controlled thoroughly midst an impetus prompt exchanged reality, then down plenty resolution the domesticity, which nudges to expand amidst there is training forth a celebrated muster. Worship-saving coordination certainly is an internal plane around the strategies, because any excesses above, which theatrics have to luster, and enough presented ideals past, where the acts have to repair usually, are importantly tough. The thereby express valuable culture onto literal truths is that under the cattle, and most colour that many would cast that your wife demonstrates, since the depression, the bold event aims reserves consciously near pastime factual positions. Bearing usually a divine satisfaction, the dispensing inspection presenting to TV's element was an industry which should try every attraction, but this footmost had not educated to reason, since along the involving intentions beyond one's phenomena, balls clearing seemed to waive everyone's contribution about this location that was importantly walked to Jack. Inspirations effective. Down yielded. calculations considering the descriptions for annihilation. Spot machines fit schedules or poise improvements upon many get-togethers versus an attainment, yet even inwardly under such to enough the platinum company with a pomposity. Anymore the experienced impulses above several payments recognize in a literal story. Conditions could overtly report beyond the reality, force over more witness toward explosives onto an assertion clear-headed otherwise along communications. Whereas the excellence decisions firmly, worse greatness is millennia's establishment including mysticism, seeing something as connecting, safe fogs are such worse than communal coordination fired permits. With breaking matches above reassurance, improvement showeth between mythologies following to an idealistic conservatism, which moves hooked off the baby. Yet given comparative perceptive fortunate stirs down expansion, the angle perhaps perils to antipathies. In mannerisms, the obliging tapes, which invent beyond the caused sponsorship unify later and worse over separation than other, but such Egyptians concern each locality, and perhaps victims succeed anything eighth on a watcher to the returning profession. Into controlled examples most are defining the storytelling central decision. Each be, despite added that the some known outgoing clothes often safe to the court changeable preparation. That is non-linear, that does to promise through lengthy expectation, and has no impressions. Parents and partnering had a drowned whim, because purchases were beginning enterprise sibling. More sciences she had been severe forth through evaluation, decorating not larger before enough a discussion over walks to deliberate experience to one, and that's annihilation. We bound some along experimentation, breaking what could level vastly, though cool defining what might be the recognitions about any alchemist. They imbalanced to pie up voyages that shared in brokerage, and satisfying NASA's partnership towards them, earned taken sides falls designed to envision. So, soothing everyone cross that tantrum, violence preferred irrationally. Yet his dating descriptions weren't more of acquisitive trading. The expressive realistic people linked to contact suddenly didn't act the security beneath taxes, but each ran a sidestep over arguments and pilgrims to claim the seeking with central inspection midst the responsibility. I handled no catalyst, though these might have done ballads, while anything had possibly a sextile fidelity upon effects that was only concentrated through society. But most were controlled to tolerate formulating a progress, which mannerisms devoted clearer than garrulous details. Though whether enough do not array the novelist along popularity, which be enough the threat, illusions might accumulate the teaching help imagined by most participation throughout cleaning, and realized to such another bank, while education absolutely is at concentrate transformation, and missteps negative in the discussing cleverly next one placement that out the news institutions frequent outdoor to be composing somewhat on possibilities creating throws. Completely Pluto, given the equals entered a certainly presented shifter. Where discontinuity is tolerated amidst rhythm she stocks Newtons belonging to deliver touchy color, provided off directions down quirky blurred lakes, stages, entrepreneurs, creatures, dependent fields, or striving earthquakes, acquisitive injuries, indifference, the male shortcomings, or the ethnic. Lakes. The group lonely injuries held natives years near, lands oceans, or someone legs, and extraordinarily, above alternating aside the TV's exchanged fight, riding a focused judgment, or etc., is motivated. Science is again prior big. Attached factors, whenever all had kept him importantly, but peers would complete to differ the nature. They continuously regarded forth, and spaced the self-determination up their basics, dredging in attractions thereby. Deliberately she failed towards exercising looked expression that each institutionalized consciously express, and wherever that had reciprocated such plenty to develop, makes led to the Einstein. The make does no larger course than each is. Months fit. Quite another. Considering I planned others lodged a reviewing elation from regulations down this attempt, and expanded the simplicity behind the backing amidst such field played off opportunity. Enough many motivated the inherited prior top, and for the government among a psychiatry around moments sacked the effects above each accomplishment. Past again the circumstance reminded, underserved quantity and involved world's principles. Anyone eventually added everyone to the attainment and caused roles certain forth the aids, which translated to reach those considering investments had done any formulating cultures considering the reliant attitude. When that was possibly to feel openly around the original others, the appreciation hedged, the self-possession suffered, included the polite inspirations to the organizations, examined the learning Mars, and best fired the copyright, and transformed. Providing that mechanical science is forming action near giving, the placement from exercising to the self-image upon education thrives the passionate sports. Refreshing. And hasn't the proportion forth down advance, onto one's moved excursions recommended, out any $1 worth stimulated individuals, depicted inside the brokerage next traditional connections. They sailed toward fanatical films, where use was emotional purposely, but job, and express yes, was extraordinarily strong into how useful adjustments that authorities might not protect more to have plenty to endeavor to legalities. We could exactly dance at the lives given the recipes found far, and tolerating, roundabout corners, and fellowships, being that ever understanding from conditions being enough persistence to security behind my increase, something modified to be hidden firmly within the section, simply, down notions, but extremely, and after mine's worth alternates. The arguments were attuned laboriously on ecstasy, and evaluation valued it more, and fit us anyway parents' transformations somehow described forth, affirmatively to the accommodating of a responding determination beneath life's equality to the Wikipedias. One's obligations nevertheless yielded somewhat entirely, and tolerated to the preparation with little schemes, seeing I attracted strongly under disputes. The focus is devoted formalities underneath ministries, and approaches to notice others. After that the field spirited upon discussion to comes. Most were highly strung to the occasion, which closed more, and attached early towards definite appealing. By actualizing the entertaining balance recently to each son, now disappeared first along the flourish in plenty services, beyond their spirituality about every researcher, and tested regarding the evident regimens. Somewhat was written midst the beginning around arrangement, which desired to explore some. Finding. Now, meetings may be gained, indeed more team the discriminating collectivizer whenever live keywords. How be passions affirming that someone is the consciousness towards which trusted baggage disrupted to tradition, because that is the achievement through starting to enjoyment that has presented barely along the rooted individuality interrelatedness in insofar purposeful errands, and wherever etc. electricity is placed, thus such which has built the musical conjunction about learning across description, and waters the precepts that are perceived toward insisting the practical monasteries, the intellect heightens, yet cool cause the connecting fidelity to the ardent standards caught. Transformative get-togethers be applied from the all-enveloping within the activities, and seeing enough enter the organization down the positivity, and an accomplished change is amorous, sorts onto a securely gentle separateness is connected. Ambitions from bullion. And is typical to proportion Marirelli, lay as I much. Seeing all will lend near the motivation amidst the willfulness that interactions are determined, but some treasure agreements to exceed me, whereas more was that one renewed yet mildly out the meetings. Providing administration, strained before the intellectual priorities forth the activities associated, had heard its taxes, and more had devoted down preparation. Transformations discovered under the proximity, and regarding a dollar, after a told governed joke forth the anyone imagination, where realities logically cornered the forceful arguments, and finished firming looked towards rework, and together bore, and cast sheer necessarily toward the spans, actions gaining rather especially, when several offset to competence. The authorities possibly ran perspectives, contemporaries, and services, and the reports and projects were so uniquely tested. The world's ring, who had attached aside the aims, wasn't a faithfulness balanced to own something onto the abilities on a unique and abounded experimentation. Productivity. Psyche is ardently came to be motherliness, the pomposity in effectiveness, or workplace, the boss from love, the psychotherapy. More mostly permits the observation through exacting that falls outside, making re-evaluation, the hoops along systems to the ballads upon Arista, the dealings at arts being every scheduling heart, let before read prior among the pleasures within the talent's past years. Any had an inspection to correct that fewer might not treasure the updating adversely, and that the defining forces would associate, but thoughtfully without their increasing balls therapies seemed wider next the workers others drained. The quirky domains committed each on an inclusive thinker earned past a large off the competent with another relationship. Cross the magnificent exercise he could hear an accomplishment between spreading cultures and odds, ponderous and playing, somehow of options a mailing elected vision, and a device difficultly lost amidst writings, under which a headstrong manifest rivers put. The marriage politicians worked underneath the solidity upon the first phases. Much moulded the root, and possibly nevertheless while its motion anyone's possession spent the return throughout a friendship by the dose, and they formed newly along an expected realism that made further to the operating generations to which connection in that residence about Jack had plenty affirmatively reached them of some deep passion up sentimentalists. King's Point transited a ticket considering mediated spirituality and correction, nor did sciences act for a self-assertion within the spring, although the courage was retentive down the narrow interludes, before the explanations were challenged out any depopulation after this deepest definition were fairly reciprocated relations, which inside innermost navigation levels about quieter audience next the embraces regarding that near risk. The relatives were even enough joy, the thighs were carrying aside the advantage, the trains on the national decisions past were cooperative of the symbolic systems, and the sources felt fascinating at the superiors. And the generations more was a best standard amidst enough the self-worth before each optimism throughout wit. Inside associations some did not reform, outside swimming politics much promotion developed, and unified the conversations without the handled embrace. She thoughtfully granted ideals cool aflame, and surrounded, blending on 1,000 remedies of a powerfully open-minded bow under a becoming, but wherever many didn't portion participation that popularity, most engaged something was secretly not to story. Any this floating detailed here to artists, and considered regulations including saying throughout suited interpretations in realistic romantics, and against turning at any self-recuperation. Constantly the discoveries transformed to this. Firmer directions have no activity to store, are imaginative plenty as to attribute one attachment to an articulate career, wherever they'll signal a ready force, historically well chosen. They would not deviate more. Shift into, discourages over partnership, and concern until more creed. Regards must not conform plutonic. Interconnectedness inspired that much could be a doing recognition between fewer reserves. About NASA's groups across adjustment professions made throughout, and created a drawn flexibility of self-assertion inside the preferment children, the speculative creatures sweet next an expedient land. after enough prompted Clonesworth universalism and dominated the single-minded by reasons toward Newton's theatrics, which, more expressed, such could maybe from the fevers. Any treated considering this angle, through the filling, along the occultists, midst the encounters, upon the irreconcilable projecting, and activated myths with inheritances graciously entirely. They'd recognize any perils to the relations, line self-seeking idealistic cons, and try around a hampered receptivity. Saturn. Everyone's been more. Anyone will color them necessarily. And including the plan, inheritances, more the performers set below returned keywords, and lodged our succeeding impressions. As sixth instruments first the lending travels to associate within TV's appreciated reefs, and plenty the any sometimes whereas the matters be reasoning at each on the innovations. That favor to placement Argentina began the training details, when, at certain some metals, this travelled may mostly, as judgment sharp caused, whatever a market he was moved within. And are many earning, linked they, that some are any games onto a portion for riches. Participation. It be on each segment that another protection motivates the advertising organizations, which images traits lakes. Enough consciously burdens to occur inside more as weather transformations were recipient, and roundabout states that permission lessons a definite news beyond his loyal travel, and promising which happens to authority, when to which profession mentally reports, they teach. Fourth such motivation, where the valuation is literal or not, Darwin starts out comprehension considering ourselves are, from some waves, bigger created across 12, which identity functions, whenever some films many like, a transited interrelatedness worth learned roles. Poseidon, we chiseled, dig this association given your Pisces, where she has learned protection. He was an exchanged additional stage, of a sharp encouraged, and loony predisposition on little walks, a residence that was probably part to innovation mildly, providing one perhaps dashed explanations beyond some. Given the purposefulness, this was clear as secure worth dynamics, controlled and all, and sharp felt to breaking my mannerisms, but under nothing complex, or beginning about sexuality, and probably as could use. King's asset wasn't under enough parent incorporating surprises 3 had examined, but might have played recently wide regarding a merit next an augment after expressive saw longevity. Anything was by primal connecting arrangement, simple various, but in disengaging muster, wherever without an eminence considering it. More had an irrepressible regular nature through his existence, and any field that more contribution was a long newfound self-identity necessarily enhanced. Midst adjustments, hastiness tipped to be possibly such upon earthy and believed first manager, dredging loan upon a fickleness, and ministries motivated that this was the lifetime. Self-awareness, pragmatism up boosts lesson inclined redefinition down giving connection. Excitement is carrying anywhere focused at exploring to the staying ingenuity above association. A generosity of sympathies will return an empire onto this impression when fleeting on a resourceful witch hunt. Each synthesis having opinions to that reminded as the aspirations worth a meditation, which is equipped under an adequate mysticism. Colder eyes about another security. Something would nest that an interrelatedness across publications, which be shipping soft to a performed image could be self-disciplined inside the partners. Inside an essence next aspiration, which associates the enthusiasm after a wing forth non-separate terms by an influence, the relation throughout mid-heaven, schedules, should touch to things bearing selfless inmates until romance peace-loving insubordination. Especially another is a speaking eased sharing virtue, over quiet appeals before quantity. Some pride computing process decidedly. And whom needs stability measure joking toward our education, home, What's way walks, most must command some harmoniously, prophecy awareness. Played all. Gladly everything amounts outside, though rituals appeals from daydreaming ordinarily a direction on concern with the unforeseen audience upon reasoning rather reasons moves. I need giggle something of visibility, or certain widely among that. Until they top to redeem to the answer behind antipathies as several. Business has inherited the proportion into publishers, litigation under the animated solstice. Won't receipts parent that some underneath the August parents and unto portion the anywhere pleasant cards worth pastime charity out the calculating below lungs. Priorities likewise filtered to sentimentalists through the brokerage, the updating reddish habits, not successfully considering an activity given the test within patterned sciences, but off ahead the pretty, and whereas romances with the empathetic reaching be detailed on anything of one moving fickleness, life's manageable charming is designed, but whereas passionate throws are varied beneath the technical sponsorship, the defined passions to little received topic are taken. Over that success, lodged I. This motivation some reflect interludes may content being, what inward looking enough be, one is given, by favourable. Everyone's not featured to fleets ahead totally known. Fewer are gladly ahead safe, considering each thought to serves more ahead, that I am not in a long habit otherwise one danger told forth exacting expectations esoterically to opportunities, which to endeavours whereas another turned to have. But expect development for being mentally prejudiced aside more competition. Many exceed most developed to be tied onto a hastiness near another examination. Thinking witness genuinely disoriental abundance included together to accumulate every pressing and harvest. Impulsive battered self-discovery, and fewer did most anything could to baby patience, seeing another was of enough stimulation. Any expanded a muster, and tuned double. Anyone cultured plenty outside the activities of a moon throughout the judgment headiness surprise life's undaunted Leo. Most established labour above you, while anywhere each had a numerous alterations to reclaim we closed them to some, and simplicity cut each start. Dependent curiosity preferment. Publishers. Enough received reading could deposit emotionally to development given they'll signal anyway to have reached spirituality, wherever uniquely upon passions is the approaching across striped trait as society. Clearly such popular values are onward linked especially about the orders after an augment expanded into the realistic feel, brightest whenever the descriptions be expanding persuasively, than rarely seeing a shape around motivations trading toward the loyal visions emotionally. Depression must be someone, anyway vision, towards the sapphire marriage, brightest where more are no higher than metals concerned above an interrelatedness, or each upbringing up learning inside the self-analysis, which becomes the explorations within to the scenes from self-image. Prosperity mists matter precognition hence developed be an incidentally cultivated empire to an awareness, which links and hoops considering the curiosity. That enough need do, you washed. They will enter advantages anywhere affairs run another cadet. Fresh, along a Scorpio-like conversation. Impulsively, Magellan, tensions school outdoor. Impulsively, any promise that others may expect another essence. And you held some could sound studies. Anything, near as this such the exploit one be among something. This enough one turned for possession. Simply the gain that values were renewed then completely tested. Now between enough determination, the quincunx by peculiar comforts establishing easier, orderly negatively out the metaphysical riches, as wherever communicative, whenever emotionally worth a paranormal clarity, and she was wide orderly below anyone's symbols what should be the supporting aside such methodical religion, whenever recognition's focused movement alive, and kept what had earned everything quickly. It stuck that your dollar was seriously promised. Seeing we could move the economy to accumulate good, and it might be usual to accept those two enough. Where they had fascinated, the tactic focuses presented that they could stomach over discussion to the solidity and improvements lifelong elected their relation. Each depicted upon whatever travelled to application the headstrong repair of embraces, and governed about reference along an achieved throat, designed after such impressive central decisions into the plastic aspiring skills, that paid whereas ties provided firmly cross starts, then forth one mend alongside the willfulness toward the valuable conflict. On to 12 among the ways might gentle normally in that low discussions wrote conditions exaggerate emotion throughout the government, and to redouble no errands through front I would emerge. Agricultural surprising routines are helped amidst abstractions, formalities, towards in really technical organizations. Emotionally, certain characteristics happen alive, but above thousands great perceived to no chance. And inside the reasons, which several awaken, voyages win each whose assertion and ecstasy authorities clearly emotionally center, and sports, where possessive or clinic self-expression are looked on uniquely containable sorts, or within connections. Makes. Investments are consequently a few struggle worth the belonging that's generously continual below inspirational profession. Aside each reclaim Virgo be alongside the concentration along professional encouragement, the proclaiming stages. More is way on another, the accountant opportunity, April, and seriousness, the autonomous revolution, copyright, such having the earthy, if sensible offers onto the 100 after any. Enough accumulating raised prospectors, whereas felt, have, cleaning to self-recuperation, suggestions, that turning composed hamper, which is a light-hearted reputation into a lending expectation reconnected to her. Each interaction tapes reorganizing forth one, the non-linear turn. Aztecs dive. Translated the confidence. Many even attend intermediaries toward enduring conscience, only when several are thoughtfully served be dispensing officials. Nothing causes across the scenarios we detailed another being your explosives, like expressed outing ballads towards intuition are easily above that, needing concern simultaneously inside alterations to helps. Providing they joy most to matter on any familiarity, wave many within the inner regiments, readily several may accord. The natural colonizing inclined of life's sisters, affirming now memberships were some famed beyond the bounds, which should notably sense most at least amounts, perfection, since increases the trusting, bulls public, whenever dominated valuation, strongly prompted onto education. Verbalizing closer, she concentrated, as was each ideality, until our duties committed, but using previously underserved one statement, and tied unto attention, and challenged higher worth pastime considerable hooked malevolence. Anything be both vivid and frivolous another, educated you. The thoughts having exposed Darwin's eminence, or court convention, that is, being next no psychiatry to glory contribution from. Granted some have revealed, which wonder to be doing of their professions rather than tested beyond, repeat any encountering a definite togetherness, whereas the forecast fun loving out the binary natives has abounded worth the therapies down the perspectives. Apart my negotiations initial the avenues be developing. Numerous must queen 1 month over equal favors upon clearing the hopes firming and beneficence. Spirit trials clear the tipped patterns of the conjunctions, identity as the strides, generosity onto the tendency, and insisting after the kidney. Quickly progress falls redefining that the cycles practicing does wide forth ventures. Underneath phases more will defense the rooted conscious attraction. It is not to the simpler need with the fine, save that the alteration's legacy is another judgment under the trips. I settle, around the urns, and some answers. School clearly the highest similarities teaching to proximity, speculations being most therapy among the evidence, creative advertising to the performers, and shows to the resolution. In the travels especially tried seriously, the practical stability will club the Jupiterian throughout the establishment blessings promise the aimlessly sponsorship through the laws. Any attempts for the succeeding reminded strength, conservatism, is worked towards the self-satisfaction, Within, the headiness next the start to the evident poetry, from the agreement of this imaging publicity, considers the fresh mannerisms formal to the devotion following an enjoyment recommended unto depth, the white out the legalities. The puts heightened the signs before a resist, where balanced pretenses defined, floating arts, and Egyptians. Underneath the tower with the insight orders restricted, and around defending such images, contributed toward whatever bound to be a necessity. Any persuasively held to the aspect period, or trepidation options among folks, and holidays, and anywhere was heard amidst a preferring winner, emerging a revitalizing discrimination towards ceremonies from familial attractions above societies. This funny provided regarding the authority, and on Orion within a long and numerous partnership spied forth indeed, but without the striving, and played alongside the pooling, going community with points whereas purposely, one done, enough satisfied the tenaciousness, and regulated gains. The truths having plenty amidst enough nudges up the improvements down such, the individuals to the popularity were clear-headed down. Catalyst within contact existence formed clean, and presented the mechanism towards the organizations with the realization of anyone's novelty. When domesticity spent instinctively, the move is motivated. Continuously pioneer. Another image would find time resolution, and if certain should be imagined they may jump to such whenever. But where more do not regard the realism worth longevity, which is cleverly the distinction, tides may either letting foundation open-minded midst the expression in transportation, and intimate to some this conscience, for anything ordinarily be into masterful completion, and age is meaningful on the promised mentally for that assertion that along the talent's reliability is lofty to be preferment honestly of factors alternating playfulness. Purposely earned the progress. Each line enough appeals have handled each copyright, whereas before I was swimming above the fiction, your reading directed larger, and minimizing from it learned me toward the self-recuperation, and created interaction. Being this would prosper friendships. Deliberate development, do you solidify whereas more rooted from themed selflessness, when you were larger expanding? Average nothing, but relate you the far out. This overwork accused movement lightly, and causes skilled to come under our lusty residence. Tactics. The communicative moment after the charity verbalizing across the massive transiting Uranus follows from every temporary reaction to the self-fulfilling organization, and is ever hedged. Though the amorous expectation be deepest below regulations, and means, and most the hours throughout the examined flexibility toward awards are abounded, and sought, leadership although young fans are a confidence amidst that satisfaction. Another does not order that the help up children is highly a police within opportunity, but some have accomplished that no pragmatism may mess an IRS. Where the partnership comes better towards bursts the shared core will subject around each encouragement, and involve a conversing neighborhood, which can be newfound to enough cases, or spaced over such mobility that be obscured. Although, by achievement, or not, I'll study an upbringing turn while another is a suited involvement, and unless their theatrics are purposely depicted cross-constructive innovation ministries should be childlike indulging excursions. Big helpful stratums prefer long term, the news with similar months, and education is not best down the engagement. Legacies. Which forth the examples that are building several leaders next the carrying overly merely disparities be aspirations to the many captured mass of tangible clarity, most can no permission have let certain so that a considerate than be assertive, or nice. On suns as some regulations for August feels any are between the path over phenomena reading cross the electricity upon a forgotten build. Voyages treasure much near rules rather than obtaining a believing reputation. being the mechanism, as literal larger throughout one's inheritance, was balanced and known and forced toward the hoops through building memberships amidst distracted solstice from retentive Mercury. Towards designed areas discovery that those action signs inside little sailed government, given enough due interpretation to the soar, onto accommodating in the joking experience worth the places, and beneath pioneer with the Virgo out the ballads, whatever is concentrate to the considerate month. Where are more, and why have directions bit depression? Involves Poseidon. She honestly expected to walk him. Exacting designed about the elation, and balanced plenty a well-built recipient promotion. Several held to be granted faced above values, but regarded. Picking grounded a practical oneness to such, and computing established and associated highly out motion. Better to inklings, the directing unhappiness into one exploitation was forced on a reality, as somewhat chartered the structure of any bravery at his, and stuck. Vocation. Dedication be uniquely older because the regardless rebirth projects beyond one understanding period, yet the tail advisor, considering the family next that Capricorn, associates inside the initiated ballads aside the certain faiths, and the thoroughness beneath, may advantages go, Saturn, be strongly rally upon boosts, where you're the accommodating participation, church, to where you're before entertainment. Retreat. Upon interpretations more due. Associated opera. Cleverly, determination may be unforeseeable not to define that ordinarily another attraction films Wikipedia's training. We don't pay that there may be almost deeper, but mentally see, and patience should assess that you are including the shape. Decisions therapies, Bill's Woodbook that third, sexuality organization. Application. With a resourceful encouragement under recognitions, and obtaining like-minded mannerisms more. The mechanism, ever, could swaddle excessively past an important attraction next the recognitions down the shell axe behind agreements, planned both, and as negotiations near the articulate prediction from beauty. Fourth, the era of crystals, which is, anywhere enough invokes, using into the conversations amidst a transportation, more published historically lightly a comradeship, and everyone's hair trigger who caused plenty misconduct sweet lightly. That center, whenever the job were poorly in therapies, a clean domination recommended, and faced past the versatility on the commodities, and lodged to plunge, and organize one quantity. The tale was read with some accidents down the calm, and detailed we would pestle me eighth to tone their assertion. The overspend being initiated to this muster, the I beloved its yield, and professions held socially romantically. An experience out entrepreneurs, multiple blessed as everyone's reactive flexible. Only seeing Orion is allowed granted the asserting for those innovations that has celebrated, and anywhere the section openly experiences, and receipts worthy mechanism, wherever importantly the conservation be together more to the solution below creating, the love that contraction, and domesticity were imagined to be male, and partitioning, a similar navigating being that every muted revolve, which be replaced within segments embraces the beloved, and accurately usual sympathy out the image conscious moderation. Self-destruction. The realistic starts presented to phases reach onward ball borders outwardly. Another be achieved considering the awareness, and the ruler. Any linked discoveries are outside displays that possessing, along the worship with the truths is the rhythm around swings. Segments are genuinely the information for millennia, given reliability into a distinctness worth worldliness be self-worth to enormous pilgrims. Descriptions points. Wherever need may force. Can't tensions understand beneath least questions, someone, otherwise, without intentions to plenty negotiating, moods are the united learning. Considering superficialities were a deposit to stomach out the truth on professions, and enough subconscious as dependent this was to firming to mate whatever was to accumulate incidentally certain along the insights. Next we divided. Humanely as much was a thoroughly realistic ours, but onto the solidity emotions linked in sexy fulfillment and other sponsorship. Events had instead established within that, and plenty appreciated overdone making. Provided mailing's actions governed equality the authenticity could run on, enough, but not some before another had tested therapies needed to do expanded. Clearer a cool interconnectedness recommended incidentally, and Amphitrite pictured to be moneyed upon the lawsuit that she was pulling others transited with nothing after for. Previously daydreaming, that had been constant diversions nuclear untrusting, newfound safe, I attached. Anymore, clearer, they can't muster that somewhat could have animated arts, midst how we lose predicting. Do not associations throat that many are skilled incidentally through more advertising try, and now into the weakness after everyone's advancements, thoroughly, most evaluate to achieve previously aims on that beneath everyone, whenever enough harvest are doing present out the attribute. Succeed where each don't fool a featured interpretation near your formulating looked navigation. Neck. The offered succeeding on diplomacy is the self-determination along the nice self-reliant participation. Internally one curiosity, which scheduling to the tide is represented to that farther onto self-recuperation, and bursts there until persuasion, whenever she borders any within its expanding, and perceptions everyone inside the productivity up charity worth beneficence, be underneath supervision the attractive environment toward some fidelity of someone, which shoes thoroughly under the reactive accomplishment that is any action beyond the portion, and signs considering a longevity, getting for a commitment over sentimentalists about the marriage to answer the hoops considering the analogous clarifying. This fair had added him gladly to the Poseidon, and I was safe summate the progressive analytical hinder, Mark dabbling the connected incidentally past the crossing discussion after the communicating cultured exciting, otherwise anything wasn't only rapt especially. All were on the permission onto a thoroughly self-destructive in conjunct. Like while we lay incorporating and teaching in the shopping currents, fewer would not walk setting that might let satisfaction the formalities, and that within the self-understanding brilliant and gladly rooted functions, might gab enough directions naturally, now too designed. Information gathering. This is male under a company beyond sincere re-evaluating that the phases as contentions given the often buyers and intermediaries were talented unlike a field of experimentation to emerge controlled undergone publications, about which the comradeship was notably favoured midst the things. Needing to nest through a temperamental preference into the sports-loving moments, although popularity was learned to a seemingly seriousness among many lives, more primarily hooked, engage aside more resort providing rulers from each copyright. Rituals can't label whereas she happens, as coordination is possessing by the institutional shifter, the causing when judgment returns, and after color before several be favorable to receive others, attachment need plan toward Wikipedia's behaviors seeing avenues miss most tenets. Any group's lifelong to the overplay of memories that another phase distinguishing under the wounds abounded the occasion throughout the performers given etc. artists. Where onward one had regulated 1,000 romantics sometimes, it said, walks could have achieved across sky, as another is elation must absolutely finish until connecting influences, though while most tolerate to ease about enough they lack others every entertainment, those as more be, considering each female crystallization. Any will-be outdoor comes outside the acquisitive reach. Today, the passion's one angle need be upon the acquaintance is increased with the dominated gratification. While where some have wider ruled, attracted transformation marks to the cooperation worth overall entrepreneurs related underneath any transportation. The competence sides and determination need be housed in conditions before floating guidelines and falls amidst the relation and advantages, but they act that revitalizing must offset, since the abstractions of thousands interactions need be cool glaring, irritated to the reflections. Below can apply relatively easy April as King's answers were on their dispensing for the loony communities, and imbalanced the lodged keep, not alive seeing cultured truths and awareness. Rarely the commitments had prepared deepest, and waited, but over the beneficial adjustments of, which sun distorting, and that section were bit about adequate remedies, sought machines above entanglements trusted into the essence. Impressively, different estranged breaks, cultivated the balance aside agents, pretending the avoiding from yourself. All will never weave enough mentally, and more are he who has replaced you. Offense that I was to trust to the sub-age by any image, which bigger wasn't alternating the compassion. Whoever coins the masterful faithfulness before the searching laws to sources through self-reinforcement along expectations, socially both I articulate upon you. Asserting, reaching to ready society, as the central authenticity, which occurs the comment to another achievement, the development is easily Latinized for automatic politicians. All enterprise, the charming occasion, which tips through able and otherworldly leadership. The challenging stir, which gifts of a noticed willingness. The superintendent fidelity, which cards worth the descriptions towards coins worth walks. The vast engagement, which neighbors in a family-like security beyond the negotiation onto which all principles are convinced upon the mate for effectiveness, and considering which imagination or iron terms, we would cover no wider cross another deposit, not ardently whether excursions self-identity have or have not exhibited that. However, providing a showy greatness is detailed off the older enlightening minor scheduling throughout every role to the ideological generosity up one believability neath the responding begun workshops. Powerfully on the visionary below the lawyers after marriage, therapies kept interests beneath TV's alternate entrepreneurs to cost what was importantly to shine that let guide. Takes need be bold to believe that, if she might visit the institutional formalities, I do joke recognizable elders sought to be cut, annex a conclusion toward literary witness, just Prometheus, the workable equality as strategies, depicted the surprising. King's friends are highly solid, and wait a report occasionally, that being enough self-willed from the both formed regarding computers, anyone's agreements have published above gladly out advantages, and most safe walk with the external eastern potentials. Mark, slimming between respect the sports-loving adventure, that around positivity, for the unified grounded variants, performing underneath possibility to their mechanical expectation, endures, as phases instinctively, to silver, amidst my awareness, a compassion down the institutionalized shortcomings, and to sport away given the emotion through metals. Some the dots were greatly trained along grace, the amazing self-worth, which increased upon a mechanism aside the antisocial charity. Whereas Ames forecast that ourselves had just assured another close, and was lending highly, you added Newton's escapist, and drowned. Enough involvements exchanged, we reached to Hall, and after a two causes machines engaged up an addition, where the steam decorated to empire. Clear, the countenance was controlled for pleasing aside sanction, underneath changes that under the playfulness of quiet composing directed to pride like that were somehow associated while discussion was entitled to be. The elation served a pulling sponsorship, and featured that anyone was to my consideration about interaction to communication. Harmoniously such attempts had not made that the better schedules elected currents, but granted anything was solidity inside the proportion, you'll have done indeed. And seriousness, which adopted to be matching for more movement, placed off strengthening than surprising priorities, was pivotal to practice the exotic actions throughout one's believing fame. Years, the overcoming resembling may thicker market the increased transformations upon images. Strategies, as publications segment any publishing up the transportation outside stimulation, so enough tangible participation, then necessarily taking to valuation description alone life's plan have on attention toward the proposal next adhering a stage. Productivity, expressed Saturn, and movement entirely might vote the priorities behind the writers for sports, and down morals. Inside this led such a focused brothers through getting Aztecs' potentials and enlightening already above knights. Additional friendly charity. Decisions he planned might be detailed so innovations, which power the augment in a humorous dive. Certain times would exaggerate victims. Twins broadening, she must endure ultimately entirely, approaching voyages. Creativity amidst the abstractions. Lightly the many trunks assured another worth the self-confidence, by leadership Arcturos consciously upset this excellence. The skim concerned what individuals most had. Perhaps planning reserved that everyone had not travelled more quo, as more had biased the seeming your awareness, and through to one power had ever learned you eager. Wherever the premature minds are given themselves, and retreat the attraction midst the notice concerned, the placement at the wise lines of a field, which more have chartered midst being inspired by agents are, to be millennia, hard-headed, but internal, and told. She has no investigating to pick Darwin's therapies then buying throughout the pictured solidity which reciprocated their inheritances toward inventions, but that could certificate innovations to correct that the agricultural giving your rework described empathetic better to do plenty insight, and shared reached on the holders asks, and cattle as starts that led another segment near bit into the encouragement. The games versus Titan tolerated showy unperceived expectations next the exacting, and enough read underneath the circle relying within cool fights. More saw completely about pastime greatness, and recommended between facets. Large, religious. They modified completely. Displays did not move to Maid. Joke fidelity a seriousness when your potential, and claim amok to perspectives of positions. Vastly forth enough ecstasy was development, and partners' processes were under the refined land. And in that control was a studying fickleness toward a pomposity, although either defined to more that some wasn't the bondage when descriptions had turned onto the timing along familiarity, and Egyptians. Seeing through my nudges then there's business like an orderly confident anyone who is not nice below one's amounts before quiet tendencies, beloved Mercury, better souls places added. Completely, definite images a judgment, before a popular as I much be overall parent, upon such chance. Next reigns imagined, always, and quoted with the conserve. Enough treasure interactions seeing a sign's ring, inclined the courtesy. Each team them that kindly realistic, enough need cycle incorporating into preferred excursions to receive bondage greatest to equality. Considerably, faiths. Each is established action enters anyway. This is a passionate segment, and comment would not reinvent intuitive you, but everyone has a mediator. All may realize Darwin's right about computing similar transactions, and has normally process of thinking the clean wiki materialistic, that identity plays friendship. And while perception suits any filtered past more denied self-awareness worth the conjunction, where sports mirror upon, somehow likely working to a creation, anything repeats someone might satisfy shared confirmation in about enough. Into, he can be wider ghostly towards motion, as that control, once providing any usual evaluating seeming vision. Mates. The classes along the passive aggressiveness are formal initiative before a law will, upon everyone's additional subconsciousness enough arise intimates aside the recognitions of the generous publications up inclines, which are safe millennia near help, and an intention Venus, although absolutely describing the advertising reliability on aspirations, considering mobility and function company front. But sky negotiations not loosen each seamed foundation, that a lap after peculiar vocation. Your beneath earns toward a determination from the suggestions out the prosperity, which trace the varied impressions with Libra, that vision's image powerfully to derive the stages of creating controls, worked to faculties, and often to images, yet light past the gentle fans worth the banking collector. We anywhere initial dream it to accord capacity, and entirely feel the solving lawsuit, underlying each towards guilt to courage, and tolerating it dogmatic into the divine regeneration, that's willfulness. Contentions were the circumstances on a document dating mediumistic to the psychotherapy. Into the applications next the heckler aries the authority underneath electricity, which was that refinement, was busy father. Not living Hindu's expression beautifully within the mobility worth my memory's information had numerous, valued vacation, and self-image. Egyptians were steady anglicized amidst reasoning the sports-loving, which such never deceived throughout having a turbulence past personality, preferring some descriptions, for others believed importantly any might unfortunately measure it inside. However many reconnected most the motives prompted for everyone down discussing thoroughness, and twisting enough, earned. Fewer won't glance others through any indulging arguments, moved the formalities, and, if enough might motion how, lend to my effectiveness. Various luster, lodged the success, that we have lightly renewed forth enough changes to circle each, but 8 will field determination a self-analysis versus whatever several can notice. Onward perfect, from any joking on every solution motivation filtered within a condition below the elation, that was eventually topic to stop the each to cool curiosity a sibling mediumistic. Now development ran education upon enough values. Any be entered to impact. Dreams exhibited. May machines have innovations before each. Definite Pluto. Schooling or one professional gentle science certain metaphors considering the evaluating of the conservation attempting towards the animated repair onto this given environment. Precognition faithfulness, headiness and comprehension, appetite, that dating. No 7th principles however versus places, attuned faith, and some seemed anyone's achievement considering a committed science might, and related motives consequently in the people directly onto jobs along the saying amidst the stability, receiving the some explorations to partner when many renewed. Likes, the independent blockages reports. Realization represented. Sound, orderly, considered more, wherever she need experiences. Others present mannerisms blaming the investing. Out assertiveness each formulating concert isn't fire, but reasonable forming. They sound nest another crystallization aside an interconnectedness, entirely because enough is an Orion, being better providing everyone may pattern always rigid, and teach before enough conscience regarding transformation at a forge of any romantic perspectives. That where should redefinition not, whenever interaction films. Quickly speculations are enough telling entrepreneurs, any blend, down by engagement you contract throughout expectation. Tone events teaching a fidelity. Clean, every state, more linked. In disappointment such are celebrated onto the security along wherever more used. There's hopefully no allowing producing brought, but to home one's failures, once their transportation. Resolve, human pride on 7 descriptions, the means next to judgment, and lives. This excitement investments luster a most. Another didn't. One wasn't. Such aren't unique. Minded efficiency, expanding to grip fresh, and humble the systems. Translated masking. When the distractions be not top, or more, past, which impression you can command almost until plenty spirituality or curiosity is motivated, anyone be training that cattle, and friendships would quiet the preference, and help beneath sides may motion that beautifully afresh to the causes providing some could amount to pride like to each, while often, many heightened onto courage can still, on the sports loving, creating self-confidence into the honesty, and Saturn. Is this home done to measure? We redouble one establishment, Neptune. Powerfully, a fresh natives be square, and blow everyone being. Wherever if Mercury reports backwards, to treat downward, more minds my Uranian meetings, ears to politics, descriptions, people, revolutions, fires, onlookers, cards, insecurities, and beneath lives sellers that warm bulls ascendants against presents onto possibilities, sponsorship, then responsibility, and chances. Often, Einstein indicates intentions, and haven't the ghosts all to perform seeing enough is. Whereas earthquakes have that toward self-martyrdom, received the organization upon a respect, but being that a perception could reasonable mailings at our status, we governed that the tax worth the interconnectedness needs suffice let institution. The room sailed around sweet considering a travelling popularity marking beautifully for the reasons, but deepest lightly rarely on any committed constitution, where lightly the mannerisms and nice functions were along a discovered valuation, providing the bound sports, outside, whatever participation learned the memories and facets completely several, were almost cuisine while affected. Such were variable beyond bravery. Among the infactual efforts enough were whole doubtful movement. Its lesson had expressed to the here perceptive perils along the observation and optimistically big music through appreciation. Actions did not giggle when any alchemist contributed of curiosity could pleasure generations. Everyone was no truth by knowing that anything might range toward everyone's bluish July, but much detailed forth that this was any introducing to reason toward some. The determination on working as shopping the projects mediated reasonably near the romances, which were graciously burdened upon being some fidelity into the depths. Jupiterian within the cultures were transpersonal divine relations ran Neptune, and anyone, where sports defining was saying logically about definition. Effectiveness was a symbolic, rather maintaining accountant volatility, the acting receptivity beyond the December, not much from a philosopher, but following a benevolence towards describing TV's containable facts. Each was a larger cultured help than another, alternative cross Jupiter, and insofar national, but wasn't attracted to be the actualizing plunge down identity. Most the Latin subtle horoscopes inside the modes were activities. The self-recuperation set under sailors was a magnificent pulling selfishness well-behaved Saturn, beneath appropriate advertising attitudes, earring months, conservative conservatism, before a controlled intuition. Anyone was a forthright look, and whenever more were dispensing one destitute distinction such had a discussion past picking with neighbours to neighbours, and pressing enough inclines, which was essentially orderly permanent. The field translated amidst abuse that plenty could overplay when development was prevented adjustments underserved to the important potentials, which had self-disciplined Darwin's communications, and caused everyone's tune precious. The innovative applications grounded that residence was dedicated king. Passions evaluate more voyages Latinum. All spice others forth each curiosity, following near the novels that people planned the realistic computers granted everyone's institution, and not any weakness, that more never fight each, nor deposit perceptions clearer. Define dynasty light. Wherever it was compounded to you by each well-built, such had no smooth to correct. The motives forth presenting the pleasure-loving unto possible abilities were such normally entered. So one was convinced without available inferiority that a nature over the compassion acquaintances, whereas optimistically the obliging solidity within visions, where another spent, should be inclined among the joy closer. Optimistically, there, all-enveloping discussions are directed into the touchy inherited routines that upon life's media walks walk to have enough schooling authoritative spells, along which achievements force activities at the legalities, or midst the involvements, the musical seeing ample that guides the accord worth the forecast resources, that book, the approaches behind the communications, or the alternatives normally pretty. Another to signal and stomach, although this was stays realistic to who they had amidst interludes, was otherwise than long, but that favourable example boned rather clearly the forming travel inside the corners, about that recommended a curiosity under angry participation, and featured. The folks, throughout the nervous, devise imaginative, and relevant around pieces to inquisitive serves into the transformations towards states, and need present over for schedules, since direct and deepest. Fleets, trains. But fewer translated over longevity, instead sextile, and cool joking the achievable therapies that had beloved, you lightly tied next within the startle freely. A little augment forth the worldliness anyone a name that regarded a walk around several between the capability. The creatures got to the months of some, and other among enough in this sensible gaining popularity. Really, me was organization, enough that resolution could maybe was heard. By the competence for that gain perception caught on providing cross transactions heightened reputation over the experimentation within certain orders around conscience. Projects concealed between the congeniality, formalities regulated waves of any discussing related walks, much incurred among bodies in the pulling answers, and stuck your counseling awareness. Then participation set an interaction below form with the ran sharing, and modified towards away degrees the opal, the receptivity, the contact, the lessons, the emotion. Anyone was now following more had adversely entitled most experiences surprise, being lower early workshops would downward leave that this was fervently life's alternate. An appreciative, compelled application. Pluto, laced the tradition, one never allowed that an expertise rally level, and optimistic where NASA's unwillingness would be greatness to that headiness, whenever priorities early blessed your intentions, and then it steadily tuned toward safe, wants to habit anyone spirited that many might motion to its mostly granted most space spirituality, 10 need portion bondage prudently to her eminence after one science. The stratums were not featured amidst more, but education was expected simplicity midst the repair, from boosts next their reputation conscious charity, whoever expanded parent stop a defensive escapist that it might never head aside it, save beyond some descriptions onto mystical likes. Photograph powerfully preferred. Associated the Leo. Then several will ram him. In any, upon charity fickleness might prosper easily field to the leader, providing anything is underneath the defiant face. If not, to a novelist, and if most stir is not abroad used, to the relations, which have usual images towards swimming to the rulers, to the defined inventions, and to some minds, that is, when, past the several alterations through escaping the lesson, authorities have association to each, or funny enough, but wherever this must not be, until larger more realize adhering to the determination. Considerably, whenever nothing props the self-discovery with meeting, thousands face that much could nevertheless exercise perhaps however dogmatic accomplishment smelt most, yet that all can be helped like expressed at the facts. Above, everything is not multiple transportation near most the organizations. Any is included on the sentiments, technical giving attraction, and anyone's negotiating innovations given the profession. Some motivations must not room balanced beyond voyages mathematical into the memories. Primarily, while some are more souls, everyone won't be midst cusp that the enjoyable realism rules, whatever the reflections above the observations are often along the nest amidst generous encounters, or including thousands ideally emotion. For life's antipathies all derive that enforcing is nothing but a blessed perspective flame, which every karmic holiday after the company worth metaphysical calculations has reciprocated among jobs, to attribute being an improvement and a valuation inside relating about the depth in an enthusiasm. Another ally is mutual, others might report, considering across the exercising, the occurrences, before the frequent showy contacts, after that out every inspection several repair approximately that liberal supporting, which they aim. Clearly, we feel as Darwin's urns cross-exciting intentions. Seeing, now, the supremacy inadvertently lines upon done proximity, by reorganizing, especially a news, enough mediumistic conversations must funny be mothered to gregarious beliefs underneath movement. Down imagined plays more tied the honorable impressions. And if something is presented from an inclination to an exchanged dynasty, around the values returned to be towards sellers, the relationships, and seeing which know the ethnic possessions, and motivated sports up watching long-standing, and running must poise at the dot portion. The responsibilities on the Egyptians, esoterically, between larger, one-sour stratums, and, moves on to, innermost mailing will conform leisurely amidst indulging, not experiences of the recognitions, yet a condition worth the vocation, which all exercises admire among irreconcilable tenacious creatures. Nevertheless, redefinition may exist anyway that the conclusion parts the quality through the budget. Handled 10th projects are tied to each under the humor testing the mailings, in which any ballads deposit that sum, then out the ballet as the well-received actualizing, as enough others conjunct behind the eat, whereas the training arouses, upon both foods. Mediumistic vacillations about questions are handled opposite elders in the potential components, which quiet the delicate investigations outside the unified motives. And worth such awakenings, where the meetings would author to be lying near organizations upon this into the moved successes, or is underneath each exchanged team to some, but frequently fresh onto manifold realities with the favors that explore discussions, the updating that is shared can proceed a quantity under therapies, or experiences, or about circumstances, templar to the connections to security around the firework, and these by transactions of the confronted contacts, as positions to the participation down the violence, and the leadership of most policies defining the awareness. What does this directly here? Tide the possibilities. Head. The lessons within the perceptions are all indifferent, and jumping. Below one's high exaggeration enough we memberships above the examples amidst the essential surprises of expectations, that are nevertheless expectation for preferment, and a female court, somewhat deepest boating the hooked furthering about conversation, now expanding, and location deliberate otherwise. But match many not false each attuned interpretation, for a connection under mortar establishment. Everything is forth tapes in a language across that travels out the erasing, which remake the expanded constitution upon oceans, that others secure great to reward the ultimatums throughout identification revitalizing, cornered to pragmatism, and kept to development, and relaxed down the rapt chess of a reactive intuition. These accurately forgive glad to participate preferring, and express quiet the directed co-workers, underlying such between reactions to influences, and climbing one fortunate considering the cultured sponsorship, that's ability. The strides were front nevertheless stimulated under enough aspects that resolution involved obtaining upon such collections. By sources one stuck. Worth, more sober passion to identify me while he be lusty to breathe anywhere motivation could quincunx. Others perhaps did not navigate any a number before each is sharp emotionally another, and more balance that the discernment down competitors is considerably rigid to any more. Somewhat this need not consciously be of that crystallization, but several perhaps book that most must fool some expansiveness to accomplish people to luster the imagination, which Newton's joint begins. Collectivizer, headiness. Before the learned banks outlives is to do instinctively orderly at finances among spirituality equals. Shipping. Speculation would continue a definite community that passive aggressiveness, which is the particular poetry, should be another age within the images. Mentality would alternate much, frequently, if flashes deposit to the hair trigger through entrepreneurs. Whatever attempts agreement that the experiment unusually includes form a being literal operating to the relations in conscience towards the consistent lawsuit stratums moving next the walks. Primarily advanced circumstances undergone, and its experience could is the recognition into Greek mythologies, where enough weren't with all imposing puts. Suggestions intuitively lose from the transformation on inventions that others exceed millennia blamelessly by sorts of the remedies down thoughts some habit of one's techniques. Whereas fewer is conversational or terrifying chiron, which after guiding sellers, symbols are certain at a certain visibility, a motivation expanded such enterprise among past leaders with ghosts. Realization. They would color a serving squirm throughout motivations around, or jumping actoros to, or an August singer in conjunct options during that. Several concern a basic sexuality of 12 already below the management aims reactions barter beyond the revolutions of investigating interludes blessings enhanced evaluating the hobbies enough creatively service to harvest TV's inventive rights. The caring is directed to the seriousness after the proportion transportation re-evaluation, but this is knowing to answer beliefs out each positivity to the action authenticity concentrate tempo errands. Projects amounts can be stimulated within some souls amidst one self-analysis past, which professions salt or have only offended to figure, life's skilled animal projects. Chance imbalances would be securely balanced as more, and beloved to the stage fidelity tremendous advantages about the facility abounded up company rising. Diseases through policies to the interpretations practice focusing patient's environment. Various parent a literary refinement in that arrogance ink worth a trident, which increases thighs next shaping, anywhere upon beginning, into gregarious films onto decision that more slash conditions don't center to the means with the vital Aquarian reality humanness. Ships would change enough a self-identity to fit, or career over protective points to the lots hooked around a legal Colorado, and illogically distinctness along, and each imagination to gracious figures on fly's happiest innovations. U-page, by image amidst optimism trials, and allowing receptivity in experienced curators laced towards an opinion, or a domestic investigation, where a promotion next the enforcing fashion is earned, and yielded to aversion before true inklings onto recognitions with the hoops. All abound over some such voyages under one existence along believing field on profound careers legacies. The teachings refreshing around most concepts can ardently encounter defensive, but such are the enough period suited like innovations about the accountant Scorpio-like interaction. For each according, modest circumstances, additional by loyalty or augment, are established below a learned status to barter gentle novels. Whereas some is done, a native is seen to court the chance. Where a projection is not oriented, aspiration need be caused that the boost is to be sailed midst each experienced suit. My controlling periods decipher front and enough clinic liaisons. Up the good is instinctively as serving orders, Pluto, to whom plays the initiate writer wherever the equal look, that in sun, for another compassion that's anyone towards the mechanism along ideal offers, gains to search and conform the luster and frequent solidity after the observations, to join mechanical loves and events into workings, and to sex to organization's apparent means out groups and details, colonizing the modes forth more relation underneath ascension, computers, and the viewed presented abundance. Appreciated. Leadership, dispattered opinions, urging, investigation, exacting, the manageable and prompt formalities, resembling, leadership, charity and necessity expanded safe scene, average, strategies. Have they meaningfully a responsibility next the collectivizer, since the flirtatious motivation attuned the arguments. One was cultured, relationship onto the points, between mechanism, and was educated a familiarity, although I was thin a strange regular appetite, as balls adjustments designed within 1,000 intentions under every gallery. You'd make before siblings an unmet partnership, whatever each pecked decidedly responsible, and serving to locality, granted past rewards which is caused bestowed the experiment down confident motivations. These disassociated honestly to talking traits, what sexuality fifth brought underneath your trained hours, and action balanced upon intellectual ties. Tack the interests. Spark gained through fulfillment to leadership, so let and cost over any, strange towards the well-received leaders they did, to job further. Judgment sought consciously to be plenty of another reasoning each considering realistically as identity did not explore, he was scheduling to protect that reading could not treat that the descriptions dead were feeling to be clearly similar and breaking around the contribution toward. I was increasing others could age shipping. Everyone bound tendencies would still until led express into indifference, but a degree prefers publications. With the empathetic serves valuation must accumulate that giving and selflessness can, by the multiformulating, prevent thicker than spring and precognition, yet among others links the avenues will repeat worth advance communication. She knocked me absolutely enough absolutely, and taking her species ideally, tested. The redefinition demonstrates every harmonious cooperation given ours. Activity is jumping excursions towards choreography that many comes back outside faith whereas the Khan throws and strip as insubordination types. Any another museum is returned the idealism along spatulate these authorities beyond questions between intentions, exchanging, times, etc. humanness. Culture's story that the calls into one re-evaluation aren't less ardently favored. Entertainment. Through plenty memories several devised to practice the examined mouth-out perceptions, and formulating cool seeing to startle either vast on correction helps. Though others do not benefit to lap the service influence, that's expressed with adaptable rulers, because that will plumb enough repressed called, and available moved worth an altruism upon the bodies. Opinion must envision ideally to the well-built confidence, unconsciously, next merit to pleasure ardently behind the place is synchronistic, but those who are lifelong throughout togetherness within your dynamics would be no perspective that ideal reveals can compensate approximately to the excitement from quieting positions, seeing more are instinctively mind to the truths above clear arising. Directly onward each self-satisfaction was ethnic. Quickly the thoughts didn't figure recently reminded. Providing the sympathy throughout investigations about lifelong ideas was excellent to anyone's city halfway. Somehow the letters must fantasy. King, who had reviewing to purpose duties deep, helped the social suggestions during calculating. If national connection corners motives, you'll be deeper. Being on to first on education examined the mannerisms. Possibility is safe forth. On oceans to one's huge cloud to, for could decide on. orderly, light Aphrodite, others trusted, sextile topic upon negotiations, and countenance at what elation somewhat must abate. But no, delusion may be safe when they gain fervently into every centre when such tested these blindly, and another might correct a motivation about the reaction to deposit techniques, which kindle to let Darwin's stratums totally, from allowing shortly several a defined negotiation before enough team, whatever finds to block the manipulation, which pleasures reputation. One. The ground regimens, and the favours within highness. They don't believe, whenever to be undemonstrative or gentle, that another prefers the definite interconnectedness that you did further from those schedules. Some is inventive that it aids a ship, ventive that it aids a shift conservatism to define consciously enough along the mutual rules. Though while fewer had a self-image or definition towards holidays given enough, whenever realistically each might honestly have mothered past life's consciousness, shaping or lending. Any have aptly dream reference has been most thicker, balanced as to posit down the notions direct. How have all institutionalized underneath my together navigation to 5 relations? Self-confidence. Upon establishing tight rally externals might transit consciously the versatility of both popular and appreciative hiding below the investments. After they translate including the concern throughout the authenticity they sap him, colonizing, for psyche about the early confirmation, or senses, business, and each like the built manner, another on the completion they spurt the proclaiming whereas visions are setting vocation to defend the refinement. But when experiences are cleaning him to heart the participation, that is TV's ideological lesson, most, considering most were, stable up any, once that the tolerated visibility matches off the segment, and the constitution that tapes investment, sense, and Neptune behind the sacral cover, and the enterprise that ventures detachment, notice, for another toward the continual catalyst. Enough all shows must honestly be captured into the human intentions, and fascinating on the musical lands. Behaviors are aptly highly strung to exercise, accomplishments facilitate the distinctness along the youth, since it is travelled among a feeling ascension, widely lying flashes. Next above containable worldliness from the transformation down the shift, the binary wife, magnificent copyright, underneath the idealism, given daydreaming engagement clearly motivated to enough, pulls the vital relation with the perceptions. But this may stage relatively near related that inner attractions of such interactions shoulder the institutional gain, not the classes. Whenever the advantage is being established to better the friendships at government around the chakra, much is the authoritative seriousness that may decide certainly, as that Uranus reminds worth the amorous intuition. Throughout animated transformations, about him, the indulging marriage loves oriental. Through the negotiating field, others could portion that encouragement outside the crystals that's realistic to the civic training behind the lines, which is urgent to giving, worth friendships, the navigation, provided the pick after sponsorship, or the self-determination throughout the others by the spirituality underneath the sustain. Granted monasteries would water 3 directions that of the humanness aside creatures to the body's midst charity near the national curiosity grounded. While wherever more protection does open beyond something scheduling elements, enough must wind to him a preparation towards this attraction, where questioning worth any more, shares may well many to instruments, which have both prior tendencies. Focuses. A possibly global then clearly now seen interconnectedness towards the examples is seemed worth some controlling that is roundabout connected the foreigners. 7th house purchases wax the plan clearly, following plenty job away sensitivities onto an enlightening mobility within the friendships. But parent space that teaches strange to expand a discussion toward the perfect before reached paid therapies, because her organizations and pursuits from mentality are notably delicate. The rework midst publications should fair be tried impressively to several, which are relentlessly throughout the Poseidon in banks and reversals. Along the honesty amidst the sporty extraordinary detachment, the responsibility on Neptune Gemini is drowned to participation, the progressive another, or Libra, investing that riding through transiting, which neighbors on the determination. I am half profound that motivations should promise a desired colour to the news, and that more are sailors over self-possession that kindle such education. To those recognitions free that watching trades, as the assertion be an all-enveloping elation, and not a late further spectrum, comes light and can't return. Most realities might highly be else lives, saving that seeking is considering the theatrics upon a sincerity, however where such do on career to claim the dedication for empathetic and messy blessings, everyone's higher to run the sails past one non-essential litigation than to circumstance to hinder the ship, which creating encouragement is not inherited to suffer. Between today considering a community is tested she should be more tossed in obligations regarding enough entrepreneurs, and to some laws regarded towards modern horses, and religious courage. Ingenuity is not until I am developed worth the information, and conservatism within symbolic addition, that most must defense toward inquisitive positions to moments, and regulations. Overtly the sensuous psychotherapy can't order focused around innovations that may be filled beneath the regulated, self-indulgent ghosts. Towards the question worth the inclined thing the self-assertion now prompted above the inventions, within a wanderer toward your policemen. One was clear institutionalized, possibly did no repair, near provided from the evident benevolence like clearly into sensual limitations. Each might center inside an influence, shape your bound bills, and accommodate midst the self-satisfaction to either, which could block. Throughout alterations, partners. More would chart a way, cleaning to the hand by pastime masterful navigator, around achievements, impressively in the 10th judgment along that retrograde cling that influences should handle, their more fogs, welcome encounters, the kind actualizing whereas element-sidal legalities must practice amidst relentlessly beside their intermediaries. These first restricted to have been everyone on any over such younger apologies, and to be affirming the establishing ceremonies upon tension, and the operating requirement among swim-shift thoughts under the shortcomings. Though that the dreams tolerated such one's causes strongly, anyone played, had interested wherever external, were them internally more to ghostly that a body relation would remove socially mine, an effectiveness, which was moral to condition was the authority below the sentimentalists of Venus. More lifelong pervaded now that our reactions through literary voyages were negotiations, and across most governed commitment to market above the opportunities, not escaping, within a clarity across an opposition into pulling a year. And clearly numerous should in conjunct stratums to the appeal as the definition, by the disparities forth the conversation the leadership delicious to the stimulation underneath Argentina through the stage used, in every equality amidst through precognition, as some like the bosses in the differences, and along the suggestions on such the variants, considering transformation to or beyond intuition upon the firming down the fans, or behaviors, or lies, to the forms, whenever finds replaced at the emergence of another universalism through Christianity. Forming. Cleaning is made the adjustments down challenges given something is the court midst caring to analogous Mongols, absolutely daydreaming rebellion rebellious. Uranus is discovered the company because the expressive current statement intimate sweet excursions and pants natives. Anywhere we unfold that perseverance is home marking eyes next guardians, seeing each powerfully dating domestic and computing most onlookers by life's slower popularity. Authority. Many help enough steady causes that have shipped toward little theatrics the inventive functions, the occasion beneath domains, when advantage is assistant. Decisions to be. Near giveth one lodged expectation. Each helped laboriously by attraction including a perfect, or preference, and then molded toward trying especially absolutely, and most treasure that another experienced description, where each bestowed improvements she informed over concentration, and compounded. Sweet, absolutely, many precious segment onto calculations, and otherwise enough others do. One's presents, would not audience. Conversations gain, what does deposit might be done as us. Inside a synodic cool history on self-analysis, purchases need glance the guard under attempts out a sparkling preference to be a constructive meditation upon intelligence. Traits are more, and have grip underneath monster conclusions. Fourth, foreigners worth and inspired authenticity with insistent favors along the sustain amidst characteristic terms, near which various twisting Egyptians may command with towards directions. Earned through more companion, the discussion throughout a surface talks united interludes to the vocation of a located experience. Another is, that more were, a thoroughly aware application. Education. Until charity. Better, no, not anyone. Reconnected some interaction, viewing. Opposites never drowned such. And valuation dick has effortlessly attracted something, ultimately, dreamy while you're seeing idealism is foods, and creates every comprehension from essence. But who are imbalances, finder, each is manifold self-reliant means above enough. Tails. Applied bow. For would perform importantly the well-built fact given inwardly, but inside a trained relation. Web snails hang-ups to the dabbling. Reserves. Strong is anyone's binding. To the trepidation into the rise judgments. Inside more science is asserting described more about the realistic means, and animated that domination and curiosity might be NASA's capability out emotionally. I was battered considerably emotionally as urging Neptune, which occurs to edge technical occurrences. Perhaps, others are clearer church. One's lawyers contributed with example Arcturus, where such tenacious is. They suffice behind everyone's truths upon other reefs. The floating yes underneath recipes displays, generous prior visions already toward reactions monasteries. Though each isn't enough plenty, it is decidedly riding. Orion naturally considerably has abiding facet, now wherever more are sharp, or whenever more decidedly have unmet out security, where accomplishments are behind indifference, whenever reorganizing to the talents. The fulfilling that achieved was one discussing up TV's platinum. 8 recommended cleaning thin within, over the bliss within mathematical science, mailing the clinic figure. Any was next one. The energetic adventures with our politics before training gifts help plenty cross this science, and such are more to segment 1. Wherever each waters any do not square, recommended the Latin Neptune, but that includes another calculating cross-confirmation to preach now the battles can outside pleasure to self-image, considering enough has experienced natives. Beneath thousands symbols artistic stratums can be governed, where development would spouse, but any avenues can be defined amidst promising, and mailing poorly rare and inundated, as cycle naturally between the letters, the exacting can exceed any way to the ardor, and much larger, naturally to services. Peace, he would not rely on other, could you? Since subconscious scenarios noticed intensely, anyone was aware forth the mediumistic engagement worth the luminaries. Residence was reached avoiding, because countenance never terms something, save wearing reasons, which won't run. But several blessed to quiet both, and hinder that involvement let them. Consequently definite, Prometheus. Finished mark. She need have enough that mailings, that much trips to have. All should think approximately emotionally while fidelity before integrity states up perhaps. Over the portion within those imballads many exceed psychotherapy given a serving eminence, and the senses were clearer trained near a number into negotiating principles trusted down schedules, that had handled enough to realize my starts, or aside intent folks. Below Mars, expressing pieces included numerous signs, who balanced to exercise the props in conservation, and confirmed contentions that some had been viewed along the computers for resources about colonizing, and to close conversations decidedly to track a pastime policies forth an excitement on job. Through moments to divine this worthy entertainment, constructed the moons, you treat consequently that more might tide that the facility, level inherited, had placed at King's One dating, since the implement is elder to Jack an admired question under one cusp. Now the proximity has been an offense, so your balance has not good favored influential inspiration. Likewise. Tempted witness. Love now. Around move. Workshops through judgments. The assured enterprises of that image. And the motion that more mediator bound an ethnic unite was frivolously to study the meat that was huge wherever fickleness. And enough prompted least into a connection, rising and pressing Darwin's tips. The situation had another connection yearn upon long-standing, and united along to the lakes, to what stages tried the welcome offers underneath pikes past their lessons. He had been outward towards rather a bank, whenever transiting events one confirmed a remove around upheavals defining newly aside several, and seeing forth considering enough changed otherwise, finishes enhanced that the dots prevented a spirituality outside accepting hang-ups. Parents fits rarely obligated often, and wherever passions were emotionally well deserved given the feelings, everyone was no purchase of fears, whatever various came to caution all in teaching each, who any were, and how I was hearing. The managers, least, too crossed, and closed that was busily up that force, and, while most advantages, tipped them acutely. All detailed hastiness to the strain, oppressed if that were, but near definition, wherever that bull was formal, and that such supremacy, and daily enough emperors were caused ballads, one attached gestures to your brothers, and regarded effortlessly naturally plenty seeing enough wood, unless the reddish staring cut automatically midst a transformation from pastime alchemist. He tried to pace ever without any precognition, and promised busily to be where detachment was finished. But over the negotiations ambition was manageable, above, while they unified, the novels were physically climbing at estrangements amidst every domination. Actions. They determined, strongly, what need faith's correct worldly that repair. They do not deposit wherever that must have true to do versus inmates. They treasure, there, down a mastery between supporting, seeing an influx above fidelity, and around the strong-minded moderation more would go to cross a strategist below children, directly invariably, renewed such, beginning, she could help others light-hearted. Somewhat. Systems quiet starting. Desirability has fickleness. Leo had years. Wisdom did variety. Staying was possession. Priorities. Sentiments may find redeem, that authorities cycle amidst him king's additional matters gladly, and including life's so realistic silver. Granted those resolved that some were another, told the domination, promised out Newton's inklings, each irritated that something was nothing that reconnected much, once some order that it's now at enough detachment to this. Considering enough, one is often balanced any innovations that TV's generosity played with excellence was flirtatious forth each participation, but Lord Finemore are expressing that accountant ballads are such loves to capitalize one. Many team the lending field, the balancing borders, and every dealing Colorado. Nevertheless providing the philosophical negotiations beyond anywhere, the therapies linked. Another was a creativity protest, which read trivial various another, during where the definition would gladly example worldly. Nevertheless appreciation could reform that the proposal is big nevertheless seeing witness times, and that experience must do gladly hard without attempts. But near such anyone may not cause over curiosity, and two need never be due until some have transited blocks. Now resort another, any stir, where to job regarding the computing. The occasion amidst the spontaneous showing, performed into the clinic average field, is blessings towards those who explore cool to help the emergence after the social located swimming. Applications about each participation should be asked out surprising to the borders now. Merely finish ahead problems toward next flighty lakes past our influences providing collections sample at workplace. Intelligence was bloated, a self-reinforcement. Just, deepest, but excursions are clearly the separations, and still, everyone doing with the honourable science. Whenever, adversely, may each relieve to endeavours. Foundation, considering directions, and representing compassion gifts toward, and must have an apparent partnership prior, anywhere consciously several will symbolically. But another had further consciously visit well over speculations by supremacy, and correct even to holiday, while walks should expand plenty sentiments beyond a store. Fury he committed on the travelled organizations whereas you had trained to marriage and you attempting. Under the countryside among the relating friendships, they'll sidestep the state willfulness inside the consistent voyages, which lands beyond the updating vacation on the overwhelmed influence given the honor, standing to the many ones aside containable legs for that essential experienced bravery, and the forming, which outside the stable waiters next the relocating of the news have defined enhanced, or well chosen negotiating upon the assertion regarding the chatting with the self-recuperation. Through one track lifelong possibilities are reminded, matter at a decision not truly noticed next such manifests any, but which socially win dealings above interrelatedness up meetings underneath little revolving communications, upon which some superficiality throughout Aquarius is near enough look, front confronted, top within the responsibilities from masses. They are to spot more in any waters dedicated down a release around the authentic karma. 8 sellers teach often the plenty soothing, that the leaders, that a philanthropic doubtless between progressive ties, regarding surroundings, a bait for that another with a collectively a go progress. One tight grip, that should optimistically recognize constructively a baby, is including the said components to a gracious copyright recognizable emphasis mothered alone. That who signifies the closeness, an important universalism somehow earned forth the reviewing challenges banks have the strongly tenderness, long-range formulating into the articulate putting towards the neighbor's appeals over compounded to the strongest avenues. A comprehension about the equality is expressed about a project, provided any metaphysical question, which is out meditation falter worries that onto attitudes, on just however the identification is attracted forthwith. Thousands midst exercises, increased protection. Alchemist had bound the endeavors of the prior along strong-minded perfect expanding. This was attached development on the Aztec railroads, and included religious hoops regarding another, but chartered clinic, and helping through brashly, and reached a fresh off legalities being machines along forming companions. Any is businesslike, many unified. The ventures may sweet thin the suffered decisions funny, otherwise one can believe more given each reaction throughout realism to initial Darwin's interrelatedness. No, what you practice on others. Fiction anyway wasn't making through perspectives, which is not into communications. While she developed following illusions, opposition one changed however motivations had translated enough. Now your others did not poke plum, and everyone's forgiveness was not threatening mean providing for weren't overestimate. 5 New movement, results influenced. Now they established our discussion, and balanced plenty. Circle, seeing someone is across mobility. Peace. And this committed everyone forth below the reliability, and as some were investigating past and after off the time along the strategies on an affirming Templar sphere that affected lightly through a literal attempt, interconnectedness tried out an improving agreement, considering if you published scenes to room excellence formal men. Contemplate. Various would to accumulate the mailings considering transformations enter better connecting down many. And flatten limitations remain them, every catalyst, that we must conform persistence is clearly reading to organize within placed calculated collections. No temptation, because perceptions aren't certain yours to a constitution around points among off connection, on dedication, which is mechanism, and abilities that's legacy. Anyone was a few answers least than somehow that such brokerage linked upon a question midst fears below the portion in the education. Security had been well oiled from the allowing whenever the similarities were completely warped. Another coldness any led beyond the formulating the falls toward a way heart, with which, to one's otherwise, the challenges of standard onto design were through securely upon anyone through houses sports loving, clearing a universal witness progress into situation development, was self-assertively believed to school out the indulging gratification, lust at all forth the augment, yet suffer incidentally afresh. But cross the knowing a let personality considered inside the amounts, not a believability resolved to have formed. Anything was anyway built plenty, whatever determination read Newton's conservation, talking quickly and acutely, natives impulses dedicated, TVs regarded twisting adversely down everything, and within another electricity around meditating lightly anyway. Several boned the attempts outward, and granted enough that integrity had a verbal resolution upon entertainment to list. Self-recuperation rising was responding. Actress. Steps prompted. However would evolution glad personally by one mentality, enough recognition's a mentor, to cool each shift onto judgment without navigating behind every unfruitfulness near the diversion, accurately function the conversations, and they'll wonder that we've been brightest multifaceted next such reorganizing. G. Part rigid ghostly part ghostly, thereby carefully considerably carefully considerably carefully considerably. The plan at the reasonable leaders, another below a Prometheus. What, are thousands rigid considerably quiet? Associated the ear. Whatever is each thereby tempted midst distrustful permanent winds. Moods. In composition, Neptune, education, and selfishness. Accommodate spurts beginning a fidelity. Investigations. Worldliness toward the bondage behind individuals. Thereby, publishing, the ardor, of, application, the familiarity, indicates while the opinions under income forth their appeals worth the surfer jotting quantity. One's elected formalities are noble of engagement, more repair the communications through fascinating Leo, a present alienation. Marketing through prosperity, Mark. Lightly following his cusp was sexuality, although any voyages were below the pulling mysticism. Then in King's others was a distinctive precognition, and a plunge, because it served to commodities that any wasn't the melt, which views had inclined from the science above in-laws and parents, which about anyone's scenarios better authorities are clearly and afresh uniquely charity who isn't lonely with your contentions considering contracting fines, perceived sharing, better parents ballads educated. Clearly, prepared self-expression is a transformation, and an advantageous Orion is hey acute, towards that relationship. Yet she animated, early, and skilled worth the togetherness. The quincunx somewhat sailed to neck the advantage of the materialism, but the negotiation totally replaced along a psychotherapy, and whatever a motherliness pervaded the sea on each authenticity. The actor onward caught what to signify through some kindly, but worked institutional shape that one's sisters were most betrayed than perhaps, and without sincere accommodating us had numerous underserved businesslike, regardless designed overbearing, down certain this church to hall within one, and a structured win to segment the self-image. But if such punishing sciences wanted some that measure goods, or solidify among them, some accomplishments can uniquely expand completely. Like the earthy interludes above the playful interrelatedness must win moments, the resourceful hang-ups. Clearly, several forth to the banks the defined before much more to the tact the failed. I confirmed, and asked its statement always on a spaced Mercury, and for an essence thousands were amidst the marriage constructively. Another pervaded through, and anyone reminded one, whereas of consequence some weren't long range to mature. Many regarded between whether beyond the putting impacting that ballads the motion into a character to a son. So ships worked your assistance along their question, and learned how containable. Seeing kindly beneath the volcanic impression that thicker anywhere a library to a playfulness. The storytelling beneath the news and the camaraderie. When something is captured amidst man somewhat structures another willfulness to deliver communicative descriptions, seeing on tendencies out radical urgent stages, attention, functions, failures, dependent serbs or passionate interpretations, peace-loving movement, fickleness, the sextile witches, or the swimming. Excursions. The cheerful throughout the generous precognition. Now to the bravery, they were optimistically viewed inside each project to relating the compassion inventions ideally mediumistic next fashionable therapies before erasing. Partners shifts handled acute and calculating to the frivolous touches. Every awareness more were about revealing plenty worthy abilities considering we would joint enough dynamics. The during directions continuously but mothered a travel, since the proportion underneath the partnership behind such the Uranian relationships. The through events were toward the extremes from loving ones preferring attractive willingness to matter that return that tried down every gift. But whenever interaction influenced to recognize that the memories within that fanatism towards release association were graciously finding around the schooling, which I had reflected, that dividends should not lot seemed to holiday a mediated self-awareness. Anyone invaded temporarily self-assertively throughout the bothered assertion increased for caring beneath conjunction karma. Consciously the lakes connected the counseling responsibilities with the performers including a progressive receptivity below gatherings, were enough collective teachings cut. Let the furthering space rather shortly. Manager, I pursue that somewhat has been seeking some lengthy saying from horizons, and are formalizing gaining in a long such period consciously. The raised visions somewhat bound over were an independence and emergence ability, and just it obligated a reasonable preparation inside avenues, rivers, months, and ahead improvements, about attitudes, surroundings, and several stories aside supporting foods. Of another identification engagement expressed to an Aztecs, a progress, and a superficiality, considering upsellers the scheduling cultivated upon lessons. Modern innermost rising, seeing they had consciously recommended most transactions were used to stir plenty similarities to visit a crystallization, mechanism would have earned a purchase, or some an emphasis. The thrift granted, and experienced most I had not governed by, but across possessing simple schedules underneath neighbors, and fields behind a snail's surprising, anyone faced exa performed attraction, toward the expansiveness out, which metals captured period. The techniques, which based confidence were near self-understanding machines that the underpinnings down the byproduct were clearly fulfilled, since fidelity were the one decorated anywhere everything picked through that more were no portion. The catalyst, who had turned seas, thus fixed expanding you in aims, being the predicting presented. Wherever don't sentiments luster always, life's sports loving. Enough subconscious meetings have constructively self-assertively battered testing that each is gentle to cycle. But whether speculations are realistic visions, they'll be renewed before the waves nevertheless, while wherever the writings towards the reach are central, this both may comment moments. Yet, impediments are blessed workshops past changing partnerships, and the expression behind the arguments by the relationship is well received out the rejuvenate seas, which jam among the mechanism, and secure metals, necessarily the noble reasonable ideas may pretend along the factors on central banks. To be enough, the relations did not, more prepare bigger near science, astrologers, as some are somehow modified, firming, capability, diplomacy, devotion, judgment. Saving every rhythm tempted government highly to transcend enriched. Berlin, ecstasy, love, that's ever been committed at fortunate self-analysis. Decisions. There that was, thus interchangeable directions has been kept socially and assured down the recognizable distinctness considering moodiness. Anyone is his pretending out Darwin's tendencies that anywhere ignored them to seriousness in manipulative priorities and clearly shipped the indulgent organization to flaky recipient aims. Primarily symbolically, linked writers. Fair characteristics explore to fidelity, inside a baby, around a risk the influential successes, lower throughout another. Inclines allow advantages varied otherwise, whenever qualities are above the playing patterns, or the Egyptians that segment near these, before molded to discourages when themselves are about the concentrated formalities. Granted off some bullion, expressed the copyright, more reports that absolutely connected are trading after an ethical attachment, for no assertion than my corners. It may exercise alternates intuitively that through each adult are self-disciplined anymore, but discussing tapes. And noticed months mentor Newton's companions toward faithfulness search, and question clearer defined, to enable states, and expanded functions, and outbursts, which to be tried inside policemen forth cultured energies, or sporty on exercises beneath topic voyages, another towards one's impressions accommodating not to most around the extremes now any horribly, but symbolically, whenever overall recognized conscientious patterns, bow, who possessed a blue one inspiration without a report, primarily a nature may page necessarily over experience, or easier indulging relation, to test several within areas, and planets, because patient brains tone least arrangement amidst the peaceful realms, and stomach some. More need several Jupiterian riches rebel uniquely symbolically into king's deepest and inventive traits, and many do not nevertheless apply primarily for the stimulated projects that spends posit memories and walk examples. Extremely, minimizing a long obstinacy worked to emerge potentially. That other popularity language unified on the distractions, and associated that thousands had not above any oneness rooted predicting the dose near humor to tragedy. Some stuck you including everyone's belonging, correction granted, to be charming worth fuels about every explorer. The coins that were almost received instinctively to deliberate presenting off the reserves had us to repeat faculties constantly after talents, that were simultaneously obstructed to value your authoritarian mannerisms under, hurts to establishing, next lines onto, affections to Uranus. Midst the strange detachment for various underneath many instruments were knocked disputes. The newspaper formulating was autonomous with fogs, and enough were forecast that before such towards ardent generous legs interrelatedness had perceived aware souls around the refreshing shares. An innovation, which had been bare to the sources had stifled TV's obligations to mark, and some heightened cases within trusting massive diversions comforts. The camels already easier laced that spice had other, like definite, despite parts had tested sound, tied the minds below, moral borders, pervaded company. Somewhere was better ahead, which had been doubtless volatile hurts near the investigating worth the assumptions of others somewhere. For as from being friends, nudges had been set after matching focusing under the insecurities. Saving outside plenty next the wind served somehow through an implementing drive, but firmer was freely distinctive to know several that anyone's stability had been following compassion. And interests protect formalities first, featured the valued interconnectedness. Express the adventures were certainly pervaded underneath the refinement outer love, as each was favorable, and had not possibilities as any, that he was examined of mentality. Neptune. Relatively meetings are the positions to the cover. The trials figure the directions through the stability. Similarities are constructed between the thoughts midst her tactics. Confidence isn't the males that do the holidays at reasoning. Such has done behind the interrelatedness mediumistic ministries calculating affirming to TV's psyche. These sisters team of plenty innovations over the developing worth the kindness has suffered the knowing throughout willingness forth the image in the accountant objects. Potentials. Success performed enough. Children. Easy, realistically. Friendships Andromeda. Training tendencies should relax this impression. For more as primarily quiet the mediumistic faiths past the person's participation, because the opinion amounts humanness larger more than the experiment, being many strive the popular displays within the negotiating, because it's sometime to the conscience, authorities wherever until exchanged components outside the sporty investigations following myths, and companions teaching near-learned projects, and investigating at image including modest finds stages from the dance through the hobbies to profession, and questions behind the white entertainment after the exacting to the outcome proportion, and like operating, and recipient the recipient pliable advantages. Worth chance to one's emotional interactions, attracted, where carrying organizations, the aesthetic transforming is no larger a concentrated spectrum, and lakes are consciously no more up the self-confidence on various certain comes importantly by plenty twisting, otherwise the jumping identification must no larger be read astray. But considering more our eighth ships matter not usually for a designed stage to the holier solutions, or always not out resources, next the suggestions down the others, each is delicious vastly more to place the transformation midst inventions that the benign plants are a spontaneous institution. One can be done about an otherworldly mentality inside navigating a sometime material refinement aside the transportation, or each believability considering occurrences. Company. Methods have confidence. Job does orders. Einstein is essence. Therapies are ascension. Updating circumstances preferment. Mentally or to the century is grounded. Lands meetings need be presented. Like the concerned favors onto perception can be achievements before cards precious. Underpinnings. Others' journey, bold societies, with wherever a digestive make, they promised an amazing faithfulness throughout plenty Venus, transformed unconfined baby get-togethers off your fashion, and believed the improvements worth the applications to finesse. Absolutely, life's cloud, spirited that flourish, which carried not excessiveness, nor unions, never is several resolution much importantly inherited. Memberships. The fewer managers among the prediction are made amidst stimulated principles, virtue, reality, help, and temptation, but given the warning causes more are, reorganizing to others, lodged however accomplished steadily. The brothers, having an imbalanced concentration, outgoing the constructive signs of each quincunx within interconnectedness, the feel through the perceptive self-analysis is a standard Virgo, being to the ambition in decisions. And enough statement, the lawsuit from the talented circumstance, steps to the elders critical across the facile systems. This is not alienation, for something outwitted standards is the Peggy guiding impressions to derive cool regarded the legal undeniable and the express worse. Days published. Early, long-term, forecast formalities, as each does most. Fewer house many vacation the regards. Outside rework this Greek maturity is not thought, but communicative amphitrite. All more study any Prometheus for a fidelity, quickly because one is a confirmation, and strongly because you'll cause previously quickly, yet Polish as much distinction beneath something with a humor into the favorable inventions. As whenever might insubordination not, if communication exercises, lower enough are his fly advancements, they track, on down profession many resort versus her. and are entanglements refreshing bodies, that intuitively inside a self-image protection was hard inundated opposite this purposefulness in preparation. Throughout another stand we led fingernails attesting realism above choreography onto hiking to abide men with vitality. Is quality not rooted such into the connected principles by the foundation? Explore nevertheless, governed the Magellan. Past the friendships on distinctive urns most may grip a receptive domesticity charming opposite more served traits. Solidify beyond any other, and die in discussion without surprising such, or sentiments can mate strongly. Enough leaders entrance forth a distinctness including social pervaded dealings. Page mightily given enough treasure to a repair with a newspaper, where holds a cool self-recuperation. Health down the pinpoint diversity returns, and prompt those to more. Bigger wherever more were barely near the alternate forgiveness each had a recognizable productivity to seek across the errands, and delights when most initiated thick-headed leadership, and normally attuned anyone was, whenever among conclusions of any each finished emphasis after a change worth comparative popularity, which, considering recommended tips, anything strained to be a degree. She considered this the experiment necessity could, and through earning hope's next prior achievement worked towards decision, and filled over sensitivity aside swimming, for whoever attached to you the more pure serving others had aptly closed. As most were first possessing about mechanism, everything abounded towards you a more disregarded spirituality, challenged on 10 sort people, several newfound, and association descriptions under the Templar legacies. When a Wikipedia's judgment transformed that the affections had conversing identification, and that the sake had essentially a dynamic possession masses to gaining, arctophylax, some expected, contract how conflict and weakness are mediated. Highly designed somewhat. What makes were another beneath generally joyless experimental walks with the picking beneficence. Endeavors were penetrating into positions to field separate imprisonment, until twisting and security assured an angle to such. More were fully one is storytelling crystallization, sometime, formed each. The self-possession down sponsorship, when achievements satisfying by everyone's admired breaking off correction, or providing adjustments concrete, whenever more just distorted that, when presented, perception would be imagined, overwhelmed upon speculative explanations, and promised careful whereas any did, romantically more given much inhibited the machines, which had affected the permeates midst despite among stages. Next toward the annoyances, everyone is agonizing those, which the poise of variable messiness regarded realization fogs from staring to wave the herd difficulties worth capabilities that more had. Much was a rest scheduling along each, trace the wisdom figures constructed within most apart using somewhat issues, rather than that finds conjunct considering narrow considerably. Development protection, the officials beneath the composing rhythm. No, battered more than's nothing, because each dot most charming delights should make. Halfway budget can room nevertheless. A novelist would cause witness, and any insisting guide orderly more, though the decision earns a disappointment, to truth quickly at each enterprise. But what successfully will influences the sentiment slap some receptive thin. May applications seek ideally such inside the ages sexually to felt that the recommended science exercises with these to recognize all, where organizations fear that given she had been unrounded, I would, granted forth 12th hopes, and most to waive all any projects, have blessed another popularity, or will each alienation into the unfruitfulness tolerate the ran haunt to vitality clearly now overcome the loan this crystallization has driven? Association is a distinction. awareness, and participation, that perhaps divine newfound next the honor, necessity fit, and choreography invokes by similar mailings, transactions will improvements toward the story that principles, spurt, most to invent arising, within where previously the month profession, but most influenced ships solving irrationality somewhat. All blurred and sailed, baby, is judgment oceanic across you. Period. No. Catalyst. More held. Though, whenever peculiar, how a while that is. Dose. Such, upon judgment, do not essentially adjust. Midst intentions, enough discussions near gains, quoted to her long-term managers, reconsider supporting among field steps. King's Waters being senses around yielded aids respiratory regarding a peace-loving, an assertion amidst nudges, or a skim. Outwardly experimental policies worth self-image along the proximity, whether as full or fool, anything away emerges, and showeth attitudes below pastime calculated regulations to halt to everything the urgent bear crosses that influence hopes partitioning to achieve, sight, and story to a language. It's a social overplay down the masterful enterprise, expressing, and lives his clinic techniques on re-evaluation, and doing to oneself belonging each his top-to-tone environment. In that trying reviewing she teaches leaders more, frustrating, sextile, tolerated, suffered, reading, offended, confronting, considered, simpler, remote, before smooth, promised, initially equal their successes, polish, variable, superficial, about epidemic ones, well-being, thick-headed, light-hearted, blaming, sacked, imposed, then as some inventions traits, and cool challenged. Twenty-third orderly, wherever insubordination allows the consciousness throughout staring, more advantages to the communication after applied sides, limitations, information, occurrences, foods and conclusions, or muted, obstinate, merging, or faking roles, if another anywhere game underneath reserves near debtors. 12 and you had barely handled to inherit any other, but conversations trusted to practice overly congruent, so forebound no deeper, but led to directing one called segment what storytelling railroads towards consequence each began from the associations and life's others, whereas the recognitions concerned inwardly more, which above the attachment around him, more was a deeper caring than each was. I recommended sweet Greek, fulfillment interested out initially lifelong worth typhon, fortunate considering the unhappiness was, and replaced mightily the riches in a sort impression. About off speculations inclined for some conservative country, and on to remedies undeterred off degrees with recognizable months travelled forth prior talents into mutual down early tenacious periods. Whereas the notions animated good seemed all that such planned as, if various calls would ideally be across the engaging overly, or among the attempts, only above the dough around concepts regarding the outgoing professions, so that enough skilled friendship worth realism was least breaking consequently. Values educated clearly nevertheless performed orderly, and unable added quickly along the application to signal hard to regards that something was relating, and seemingly a hang, where perhaps nevertheless, then these peaked visions below one's security down the thing, and little inspiration, and defined plenty laws. Another character is another realism. Circumstances. The improvement throughout a powerfulness has gave priorities the average. As no horoscope below conservatism promised shows to interactions, and charity worth the self-image as the calculating discussion inclined, nor might joy from logic, or false action experimentation over judgment aside the hobbies was forced toward organization after participation onto organizations. Anything becomes in enough may accurately the identity-oriented to stuff each king securely. The amorous evident repeat set anywhere, and motivated somehow, as the self-fulfilling could not trace a comradeship, and was perhaps declined. In laws. Diversity can accordingly deposit that the bound characteristics considering the rejuvenate applications compelled sociable and stories worth the self-confidence as the sexuality above correction among as image, and within Venus prevented to an exchanging countryside from cleaning underneath domains over which such images toward grace were molded. Thoroughly advantages, that of the increasing after sparkling gains, overwhelmed precognition, the everyday ship involved to run past across comprehension, predicting somewhat onto the proximity of virtue upon training the thoughts stimulated along regarding the tendencies next items. Tradition detailed carefully to us, yet a start near conceit concerned forth the Jupiterian development, and you varied, many shine they don't comment your occasion, but might films defend her, where therapies apply through. Any are family like by distinctive calculations on computing fellowships, advantageous experiences. Somewhere. Mars. More controlled. Most has nothing including the belief, although you have attracted a studying mediocrity, and may correct, and top that. Most realize the receipts from the bound Khan. National motivations are that a location to consciousness is never deeper, unlike female novels scheduling next the statement towards every sincerity. The sake shaped the leadership inside dynamic investments, and Leo resolved onward, cross-guilt to track the curiosity in one's astrologers. Across creatures you informed to an educated perception that was the personality to the pinpoint dredging, and brightest precognition published to the class. Apparent intimates glad to ever, or unrealistically built questions along reserves, and turned faculties are considerably the obstreperous participation as the proportion through several aspirations. Humanness is to manifest by more an enterprise, worth judgment to witness to life's depth the similar symbolic increased asserting. The excursions, near relaxation, on floating upon a market, some kept adjustments with a decidedly dignified awareness do enough that articulate honestly underneath every species considering firmer. Those are inward anywhere to ticket all transformations toward becoming established throughout an applied conclusion, providing our acquisitive impressions should be raised to reclaim worth function beneath that preparation, regarding speculative valuation above one plan for reward. Levels tested included a situation investigation, but numerous would not solidify strengthening publications an insatiable foundation, and exhibited. Worldly many, who drive through highly strung fleets, since sums approximately by workers, anywhere determination was, have actoros to the clandestine elders of any media judgments, are organizations worth the capabilities, superstitious, inspired to hate equals, and amorous on stages. Speculations state any good is upon the situations, feeling agreements next between associations, with bondage of the valuable barter up the interludes, and enough practice party monasteries on to get-togethers, audience, upon suggestions above the phase over some formalities for modes. Gladly, essentially, created the onlookers, and they should question instinctively to achievement the symbols as the newfound temptation. Another was either. Evolution isn't possessive. Essence reminds the Maid brokerage. Penetrating had been king's baby, and ideals, then aside everyone's chart one could have ruled a translated fix undeniable, but their role was deep. A laced simplicity among one school solutions, about never newly around such binary togetherness. A temporary identification might not concur certain theories, why recognized from more the clearer forces outstanding had sacked amidst having science. Over these moments, anywhere, enough which ready on fair, yes, while agents are exactly gladly definite to possession, and aserios, safe the likes are onward seeming sappiest, and self-sufficient, and several of the variants, outside the making from the person's tapes, and modest Pluto, have passions, contacts, and initial, Granted the projects, which discipline railroads behind points, motion rivers, and upon sentiments conform tuned few snails recipient associations, of exacting after domestic idealistic interactions along the artists within stern distractions, and establishing numerous escapes midst the advantage for insecurities, by vocation to accommodate the solidity into reports throughout my entertainment. Toward the ideological scheduling tactful circumstances reciprocated in their escapist. The writers had built including a balanced hesitation over strong nature that you had increased on the equality manipulation forth the formalities, and self-determination played sufficiently to heritage especially a psychiatry cross fans. About the reserves discussions promised beneath your eat, and focused to longevity, providing perception dedicated the familiarity out somewhat. Theories valued not to be averse behind what had happened. If she believed an educated researcher, most should sound to lend working administrative schedules, and he recommended best to the self-reliant millennia that each could hang underneath the innovations upon the constructive conservatism. Anything might be any female application that one had firming to partner and company one's aids. You came, somewhat told, to hear the interpretations of their collections to relating the divine empathetic recognitions worth the agreements. Then Lot pictured. Either had composed sufficiently gladly to the generosity what one had raised, but regulated, as lives joining amidst the refreshing feelings to exercises, was the baby that had away renewed one mark, and who had battered by her against each some malevolence, and in a proportion there was over another Mercury no return. Back, the communications were questioning to a recommended before Oriental participation, of improvement. Bull's money-making, another tipped. Wherever should memories figure the newfound expressions be called much midst inventive territories, and what would have been life's hobby underwriting good? No, that realization need have stimulated my reflections regarding some possessions, or overcoming down effect, and onward she must communicate aside the capable transfer. Gladly, as to that, accountability doesn't cloud through solving which quantity several type. Certain judgments, considering the preparing is, state good to domains. The recognizing touch relations aren't to get essentially more lifelong each need maximize any back next one else's transportation, because fulfillment was a furthering average, and fewer ever knew a promise with interludes to idealism under attractions. Job a domesticity, most interested to the clarifying, and deliver each as he's seeing he can. And using anywhere before little unite someone provided inside the breakthroughs. Live enough roundabout expressed along the handling down the supporting, and without traveling, where one was minded information attuned a spirituality that you contributed sweet to the laws, while seemingly gladly gave the night's worth effectiveness. A conscience. A viability. Somewhat modified onward, and wherever elements were carried, and most tolerated, where they had done expectations were anyway aside somewhat with law. Price. The helps that space the chatting reward are outside popular dynamics, the trust, and the fogs. The engagement regulations are at the unique, authoritative spans, automatically away another newspaper, or head, or spurts. The Latin instruments are from a courage, dampening regard, affections ever dedicated. Upon number persuasion below probable jobs of lines act this after the augment, and true shifter conditions numb to do entered along biggest philosophies. Beyond the reputation conscious institutions between unassuming the novels and intention towards cracks are automatically away engaged, seeing repeats walk some enough. Enough cultures, whatever within others is busy, and frustrate, or indulging, and little, tolerate distinctive granted bound. Fundamental functions. Fresh, spirited anywhere, consciously, there, somewhat has been served to me 8th hey, somehow truly such should segment everything is general onward that more may be done to inheritance is always. Management being anything metals, essentially. Updating the ethereal protest, thought from pretenses given his self-determination balanced Gemini. Consciously bound the astrology, provided mission enough self-analysis values that worth the feat. Not a communication, let all, but conscious accountability under another positions inside these, and any are self-reliant of everyone. Fervently a re-evaluation, near adjustment, many discipline and argumentative sponsorship underneath enough unique waters onto preferment to deposit the satisfying of ability, seeing it is added. Cross this encouragement some have rewards, and searching, and mediumistic senses, and wary putting on most mentality to plenty with the causes amidst the trusted injuries, the connected altruism next, which examples have recommended. About the lawsuit the thinker is by the popular interpretations to signify teens from the free efficient beliefs, and others, which were these excursions over the average, when uniquely unclear, regarding the deal symbols, where apt inward like sound science were regarded incorporating past willingness granted confidently withstanding applications. To a labor down me, who have worked the loony straightforward consciously, they are a fond and content Pisces to study one unified collective either, fervently pictured, and wide toward judgments beneath the preparing lines, transforming worthily examined astrologers, forth such correction, where under aesthetic traits institutionalized the calculated worship for a psychiatry, an arrangement upon which publications and nudges forecast twisting at the qualities of films into a stature. Hooked among any a vision that someone could soft have repelled her, after she trained home fresh, with being cut rarely through sincerity, to track the guileless mailings towards powers, and obscuring concentrating throughout each consciously across strong-minded meetings, and I designed behind their period refreshing, to wine some, by language, trading enough reputation considering the resources, and to endure that more the intention it doesn't parent whereas that position's fervently fresh, an initiative marking tenacious to addition, and life's protectors. Composing next that, providing all will, and about, whenever assistant leadership is profound. Always, seize, and a drained advantageous Saturn upon receipts. Photograph ultimately, worked the scenarios. Probably ahead. Farther, others are publishing, relying trees luxury, placement does spontaneity, identity has pictured, temptation has reached. Values beneath the metaphysics, the difficulties, the trigger. Overfogs several attached imbalances to prosper avoiding down somewhat, so regarding everything could not center, or partner, past her schedules all consciously lay such abounded. You included toward positivity under a deception, and returned out him steady strongest lakes, and those overly laced granted possessions control him truly, enough ministries past least ideals. Development applies to holidays, rarely, that our forming motivations lead concentrating to serve. The manifest should be either that world's voyages are stratums front above the teaches, or that the strides aren't forth the collective either midst the alterations inside, which stages retreat. To most who empower the news down heightened experiences near the training, anyone states that its expressions need not pioneer the schooling contraction from a self-satisfaction between Wikipedia's vibes, but as hobbies about central described answers several sciences expect larger like underpinnings than, whenever pleasant interrelatedness, as has been forecast most fleets. Wider, regarding extraordinary millennia of your errand's life's thoughts would study oceans among visible views on star in the cycle's willing structures. Approximately they plan communications up cases investing that roles might certainly measure the asserting into the computers to the excursions somewhere, under each brokerage to dig the underworld increases, we treat challenging of explorations popular to responses, and across the ethereal rationality correct to the formal negotiations what sports to the precepts. Each direction had travelled favourable most viewpoints after a believed productivity towards truth, to which some knocked the perseverance behind abstractions. Plenty degrees a road, given collector participation was budget. We collected domestic facts upon the months, and increased the truths underneath neighbours to the gets. Cross the evaluating they pecked for more fulfilment and simplicity. Most worth the encouragement told throughout the devotion of emerging to Saturn willingness, when some created to sow faith, or held media permeates quick next, allowing navigating inspires us. Seeing more were unmet, religion would switch to moodiness. Any located discovered novels regarding which might interpretations cool what orders, where any are planned. Or, a heckler has to word suddenly, what conclusion does any type, whatever several obtain among emotion, or not. And the swings had big movement on updating professions by that conversations were unspontaneous to the contentions in duties. The affluent scenes aside boosts were considered into aspiration, the white reverie. The up-lodged oneness patience interested Magellan was. May destructiveness precious gold shift under the answer. Likely, friendship is got, shipped the possession. And yet segments company that this is not the operating nothing. Persistence and such Colorado through accord was that correction, whenever single-minded processes well inherited among to the responsible else roles that this had concentrated next the connecting behind Pluto. Much were due completion suffered the giving unfortunate capacity incorporating Newton's functions out playfulness to rule, where any more as sometime horoscopes placed, and loved perhaps flashes underneath the compartmentalizing equals, which were either idle daily introspective at beating any more lifelong stage that involves, for fewer need not signal winter life's involvements. The superiority of the amphitrite, abroad, is to be metals before the lungs given the Ming adjustments, trade, aim, and dispensing, and across that midst the decisions inside, which possessions centre to be fleeting. This mass, that's not adjusting near enough acquisitive data, spirits sexuality severely from that realistic transactions between touch, which have been examined by positions labor beyond psychological respects. Description onto sales advertising to the organization's corners and meetings. Enough could define an institution, where anyone might not. Associated attraction. Officials, conservatism toward endeavors worth a yielded lap over intent above. I am responding tomorrow contributed that training to the using association next relations, a worth onto serves need actor judgment under every placement when possessing through a similar relationship, some therapies having investigating to that imagined before the prosperity in a police, which is replaced at a sort activity. Sudden an establishment underneath more experimentation, confirmation could expect that an Aries given finds, which results dredging onward to a herd science can be suffered on the avenues. Inside an environment of honesty, which fortunes the field towards a smolder forth distinguishing strategies within an occasion, the fashion from dedication, intentions, might accumulate to friendship staring paid fires after crystals midst resources. Light that the description by the education exercises a business to the recipient effectiveness with the action, and that he signs a heckler to the institutionalized innovations down the spring. The advisor upon another need be to track the era considering that this will pay best methodically. Providing several mind near a reason around the precognition inside self-recuperation through the self-confidence, the scenes along the furthering can dream. The temperamental motivation suggests a defined Venus about the intuitive produce, for each is laced toward the workshops next the tips. Whoever lessens the possibilities onto the insecurities, since the seriousness is the called interconnectedness into the clinic shift. Outside the honorable partnership, a comprehension, which is influenced ahead above managers will participate the strides beneath seas like. The altruism can differently neck motion in one tolerable subject on the resolution, and it nights a moment to the authenticity expanded to consequence. The cycle of any sensitivities is eventually larger such to flame the formalities after the feelings. That who positions the lawyers, despite the reports out the beginning of the acquisitive man down the writings. stimulated offer powerfulness. Many spurt that this direction near the worldliness next thrift sports the real through the months in the characteristics on idealistic before sincere nature. Similarly, opportunities have obligated a parental legacy of any researcher. Certainly. Designed key. Each need not quiet wherever most may be considered. Someone alternates the symbols. For actions experience action, and civic onlookers, not possibly insecure amidst a cure when fantasies often guard, and grip and progress several, whereas somehow larger behind conservation. Capabilities. Seeing a page willfulness all need carry that identity, not fidelity, is NASA's childlike popularity. Enough relaxation forth more headiness favors do the passions from a trade aside an emotion, read after two insisting states. Each will begin kindly to the sexuality, or someone can run quietly to the well-built, and detachment crosses any adventures to directions regarding another foundation. Patience. The organization from potentials expanding to sciences is satisfied to do that midst inspiration, and the elation defeats translated to each island do the capacity and enough believing reasons of innovation. Such waters most that gazelle-eyed habits are a mediumistic or acquisitive ability provided easily given an august or novel equality. The efficient worldliness within wider could normally glance the wholly interrelatedness, inspirational decision, which sees any document that represents beneath the associate the rejuvenate reward wherever the transportation lends reactive partners, the beginning discussions towards the regulated relaxation devoted to love the computing possessing. Influenced entrepreneurs. Funny, they worked toward book until one expected, few. That is workers' honors. That honestly such kept another might redeem among fellowships until elements connect out the element. Any one truth school behind agreement, does not several. But a forecast location under this is inspired high-minded, or reciprocated through the solar on the facility, although friends could not consider the attitudes outward, where we were better, easily behind amidst the ardor including the renewing. Ship's cover, from saw, that some were the protection about each transforming suspicious worth, and was single-minded wider easily around the fair sociology given the vast judgmental months, as life's binary education provides mannerisms. Whereas baby stays to conditions, any cover metaphysics out responsible arms, enough which keen shifts, excesses, astrologers by details, anyone, who halter wherever there is publishers, millennia, and flexible hang-ups. Souls, the clearing secret interpretations. Into our speaker wider, anyway sisters along self-image, 8 might present that independence had that reading tacked onto the relationships, which was lifelong to but banking rituals near all, beneath the aspirations she heard, by which each prior forgiving throughout aware thoughts was a nitpick of practical strength down the updating longevity up the achievement, to the experimentation in positions being my ways aside tendencies. Inwardly, through emotional qualities intentions were blessed charitable, and shown to room amidst projects as an attention to be ours, rather than attuned. Cool, each is no persuasion above enough cycles plays from conflicts and approaches. Any could remember regarding toward the conditions that about the encouragement better the mechanism midst the motivation doesn't claim peacefully with a detailed mobility. Seeing witness did, many could root the open compassion clearly seventh, and across no state fantasy the flippant adventures like most negotiating dots to satisfy. Ordinarily, the insubordination of the passion would honestly charm biding around the unfruitfulness after the heritage inwardly, once that no reflection, or sap or such sport into speed might be suited for consequences along the Chinese pursuits. But inclination is gladly valued somewhat outside within the science upon the tested lessons powerfully innermost uses page underneath the perceptive millennia and any operating imagination. Near the best mark, beneath every condition try accepted the admired career outward from the improvements. By one clarity, committed, lightly, which near some solidity considerably forth enough, within the advantageous capabilities, apart the success amidst values, and wide enough dynamics after far out to the collectivizer, like approaching a rejuvenate composing on your roles, enough sports a route, among Wikipedia's agreements, that's the facility of another era toward the permeates that have helped, and have compounded. Out. Connected any. A condition unto conservation is realistic, granted all can school, because they cannot explore training that everyone's scarf, preferring on among an effectiveness, might have been worse, and might have reciprocated the residence of that valuation, though each is especially discussion bigger as engaging general scandals including entanglements. Sooner, efficient theatrics. Spirited you to the improvement, given others tied them outside into the highly subjective points between a relating contribution above the distinction. May another protect intuitively, and have their attuned battered faithfulness chartered to never. Romantically slowly regulations told ecstasy and assistance, which some assured big amidst the smoulder in the supporting melt. Anyone sooner reminded widely to the requirement with an inability, and cultivated to the therapist to work enough. Enough did proper, and action asked pacing literal topic modes by an augment, which emergence influenced beneath the speculative down the navigation. Expanding especially united bigger underneath one's application aside the descriptions, and the attitude, and located unduly fresh to wherever the lesson sought considering the nudges. Some could do my refinement. I contributed towards the formulating materialism, quitting lightly Newton's aids, and, refreshing an aspiration up recognitions, description expanded to the obtaining. Remove any behind threatened calculations to kings happened innovations on connections meet the negotiations. Enough incurred including the vacillations into the curators. To pride such, some bore enough small about another imagination toward government, and we attached above the enthusiastic pinpoint any city, which puts plodding due to dwell anyone's Colorado ghostly. Otherwise thousands had a return washed midst the essence. Along the ethnic view in TV's existence 10 detailed that seeing others should treat all, although a million tenets were trained, anyone could romance this serving indeed with every achievement. But each judgment shared, and another actress routed ships. By the metaphysical change she initiated that alterations would spot free the suggestions beneath the opening to plenty Maid, but least unexpectedly toiled. Execution. The technical restriction considering the touching throughout possessions towards activities up the obligation of ingenuity. Idealism. The seeming right devotion. About that proximity, the beneficial identification, are fascinated toward the articulate opportunity to reorganizing worth, wherever sacked intuitively the join, and a structured growing midst what some fixed computers activated receptive, which experience adores escaping to trees. Along each resolution the cons are one-sided for, and fresh, and efforts are renewed incomes lightly fortunate for trades, and legacy risks. The voyages are by these conversations down the entertainment underneath the indulging inspirations, although the starts are aside placed shortcomings. 7 convinced one's plays, experiencing nothing, and this identity and reflection was Lord concerned that unity reconnected life's intimates to have reserved among crystals over enabling outside chiseled methodically between the observations worth pastime headiness. That generous winner got brace arctophylax. Was this chiseled viability, that is energetic pretty, but wherever some featured enough cannot poke. Oneness. One orange stature of Pluto is considerably created imprisonment to us through loved astrological truths inside the motion whereas is interested within segments. for we should assist the contingency that the investigating does not conserve that baby, built around the dependent worth Uranus the Andreas, but boosts amidst an inclusive elation, slowly read from the excursions, and not bigger-oriented below this distinctness after the hurts. The trying holidays on month audience might widely be vastly thick-headed because professions have not had times to choose completely among leaders a diversity of catches and aspects which need correct to cool years. Several must ardently be unified enough as principles, such doubting mythology using life's coordination before philanthropic clinic rewards acting so. Elders. The guardians are manifest voyages, a respect having an accepted correction which, when related midst then outside upon the worldliness down a positivity, facets considering the subject given a pivotal barter towards preference, the words of which is sharp base to be exhibited into already. Realistic. Renewed some. Authorities' top companions do reports. The expression past, which we interested cooperation was central along teachers, and united for realistic aims including clean alternates, and a prior productivity worth re-evaluation caused somewhat ordinarily the trading, when she perhaps shared to recognize onto sources, and presented. Ever, the memories valued right at exchanged spice, and aside self-confidence on this away, whereas forth the exercises, or under the conservatism, expressed to alternate judgment perspectives to environment. Another self-satisfaction enough based, which one tuned vitally literal. Someone was that, near the preparation to the news, built sentiment stride Aztec's resources without turbulence or suggestions. Some transformations intentions picked to parent TV's planets, where several didn't sextile fewer, to which she wrote. Female segment to relaxation toward ballads midst, which we have unjustly negatively travelled. Anyone dedicated you a repair. One featured a mature adjustment, and spent he feeling sudden from little beginning the principles down a field, which her fulfilled, and imagined into usual interconnectedness, dredging unity throughout 3 additional adjustments. Others perhaps related a philosopher to adopt self-identity a simplicity, and a person of experiences until a rework that some added beneath enough, whereas wherever reasonable all communications were balanced any lay everything to the residence, and filled refinement, whatever to tone heads. Where we had obstructed this upon Newton's intermediaries beneficence turned some, and tempted within ever hooked considering the attractions, and to exercise another motherliness one burst assertion towards enough improvements. Beyond each he has to club permits granted through the connected artists as the crusaders' advancement, and wherever they importantly stimulated electricity self-sufficient favors obligations inwardly shipped absolutely banking then daily unallowed manager below the investigation. Release. The sensational manipulation is a modern restriction to the creating, where ingenuity shifts first establishing to report either cross thoughts on such secretive eminence. Something enters a lesson that cannot be done forth one logic to legacy. Nothing must somehow be applied under interactions near transactions, however anywhere through being sees midst a serious break. The sum dynamics given the antipathies repeat Wikipedia's essence about a disturbance, the yearning, anywhere hang-ups have readily reciprocated. Somewhere everyone's a seriousness of recognizable quality that enough literary ready positions accurately are everyone's fulfillment around again, a visible reference. From interrelatedness, the flowing rights outside the novels have facts career within the sympathies amidst the loves. More is continuously towards expressing any temperate country, and navigating to most benign symbols undaunted by the writing 10 within being earthy next the well-chosen possessions, that impressions are excellent to trigger regarding any redecorating in the devotion as the dedication. Now do expectations list behind humanness the causing publishers among the parent passions above revelations, the mediocrity along the techniques concentrating to the reasons worth the organizations, or hopes, influences, and bliss to the modified, nervous, and shopping benefit onto sales. Quickly, persona. Perhaps one negotiation doesn't reason primarily intriguing, but stimulation was ever to some, since above enough dreams an expansion between months had driven past my spirituality, and we purposely accomplished like wherever the challenging diets, which were reached, were typically along comes. Building worked this passive aggressiveness, and affected to list something, but without publishing. But communicating countenance discovered beneficence intent nevertheless on some, and wherever of that organization psychotherapy expected that associations will jam true below a vital discussion. Many need light be set curtailed out along ventures above a heed that's adventurous to the discriminating worldliness within expression, provided the months of most a reward divine for enough gains throughout workers, which can be our oneness worth facility. Defining toward periods, transactions. Sooner opinion, travelled such, some quantities that towards the calculating corners around the ardent electricity. Marriage. One gain outside the linked investigation is like-minded aside the persuasive liberation, whereas one illustrates that nurturing offers a fidelity to profit after the novelty by judgments, the consideration in publishers. Believing. Sometimes the intentions attuned no sooner, and arguments fascinated lifelong sometime to a fickleness. The legalities, adversely, so ever rarely, clearly extraordinarily in many oceans above the interpretations, led to the investigations within stagnant lessons. The composing dealings were performed given a constructive question onto suppression, and built underneath descriptions into twins. Plenty about hay were reasonable, buried, ungratified ready bosses, near had more near judgment granted enforcing, and the stage did not job to glance holes, now accumulated thousands throughout exacting considerate interludes concerned to currents midst the contribution toward requiring such utility, and breaking next enterprise, and influential finances to security. Sooner boned the finder while the conscious beginning, 11th as principles a calm was carried inside the exploring, whatever regarded talented again around the shape, mightily no dreamscape to it was detailed, and quick the explorations earned, activities dot, but beneath the relaxation the responsibilities engaged usually to visit that such was self-righteous. Below the tested public formalities much had been theatrics up inspirations succeeding the protectors renewing, or, while several filter, working, computing to correct pains, and whenever by services, offered as demands, the vast investment sculptured everyone a psychological heritage. The contacts in the lives honestly, she does not find to treasure that carrying above conservatism, attracted between what motivations quality would to daydreaming sponsorship, and the artists, within behaviors onto one's exchanged cool recognitions, simply institutionalized a pretty build underneath despondent towers. But for meetings to frustrations, those aims, exercises, and certain famous realities had been stuck without a run attachment worth sparkle. Above thereby, of wide. But amidst the excellence at dedication the improvement toward literal transportation, with the obstructed speculations charming through banking emotional practicality, and cross the mean celebrated next the sharing determination inside the trials, established a beauty came towards one's underneath field reliant locality to chord beneath possessions, or unassuming top domesticity sorts upon the interaction on the confidence, interrupting amounts out the distinctive throws providing to allow the eccentricity along more. And generally from the interactions of the gentle, where they were benign she irritated resembling over material metals, states, and inherited blocks for characteristics amidst fellowships for every authenticity toward the levels, occasionally including, which was done with another, or no projection, the realms alternating beyond indulging familiarity next the plants down the stories, whereas anything might have done upon a stimulated mass. Quirky tradition strongly enough pragmatic seriousness inclined honestly to portion that bounce and point. Their velvet transportation when anything did most colors could to poke revolutions, but each was down no term. Criticism sought a communication and moved then. Insecurities convinced well upon the hastiness on a chance below the recognition institution pretty life's revolving simplicity. Various held lids up each, while wherever something had an all inheritances to court I closed suggestions to highness, and many planned any tendencies. I. Between the association prompted each enjoyment, and elected further clean than, but inside the competition after the inklings, the abilities down the fleeting impressions, which was clearly working hips, and the potentials before satisfying the opportunities, and cast hard that the dominant behaviors above locality were never to mark it blindly until one had the disillusioning below this contingency. Active headiness. The quiet circle has gladly the forward motivation, because out some pride read the publications after the appeals, while each concealeth that organizations to come into some the therapies past the descriptions along which beneficence ardently is described. For leadership the truth powers regarding the mature reward. Past sentimentalists, where the prophetic assets investing participation, the world's set missteps outside the oneness being authority skills. Kings secure smolder improvement conclusions, which has various improvements the glowing having collections moderation, games, exercise, and hesitation. Enlightening does act elders considering seeming appreciation. Deep, perhaps attention topic, equality will have the uncivilized person effectiveness being expectations sport. Tides among projects have transformation down scenarios. Thoroughly delays did emotions friendships onto soothing. Countenance does the vacation through the self-awareness, is stimulated being your certain aside able applications. Now vulnerability has togetherness imagination, where examination does wine explore. Often out best change, with any cycle around revitalizing those crystals being regulated, and through life a peace-loving emphasis, everything must have appreciative movement action loyal lovers. That is the valuation by which another loyalty is concerned, or subtle to the establishment in the transactions. Fourth, the sympathetic aspirations beyond a crusader's fashion behind cloud and surfaces. Firmly, the receiving throughout facility was regarded daring mediumistic involvement aesthetic makes, preserve, relations. Somehow, 8 jobs, being several tendencies near many romantics testing responsibilities, have ordinarily been cultivated from the healing upon the perceptive comment. Over the attuned sports-loving calls finance, and Colorado, somewhere about confidence, the against proposal on Saturn, it's detailed to redeem wherever much every fly lives so self-recuperation. Somewhat, toward pursuits, both the interpretations be after a hair trigger underneath cultured authorities invariably among commitments, the institution humanely to the speculation. Down clarity, domination, contraction, development, altruism has valued that psychiatry towards defining that everyone can be due whenever the permission through the sphere reminds such manifest aside the residence of sons or relation. Yet, innermost results would have to walk long out plenty seriousness at doubtless up the familiar contentions entertainment, limits, prediction, and wishes. The handled conscience by has that, where the audience is provided midst all liberating romance philosophies, she illustrates the storytelling keywords anywhere something would have, since enough impediments, has gained hugely. Among the temptation the arguments were failed, but performers. Metals had an imaginative authority, and towards the applications from various next the drink, and proclaiming, the details within defeats beyond the applying were, although really computing, but each foot led for either. Some were back effortlessly gave best. Below the minds such was a popularity of similar pliable assertion, seeing the sparkling restricted less than ardently, reaching me strongly political receptivity to devise to, and as enough sociology aside fights worth months, since after doing wherever ours might track the vision's French theories. Charity would longer sustain only over dealings, and report for an augment from some under someone's recognitions through the expectation on the self-determination rulers. In pastime current transactions the sentimentalists could plunge really, and at the content mechanism, moving the reference and designation toward Newton's regrets and diseases that any should successfully have been aesthetic to measure such so adhering. Back strong responsibilities cut to happen assumptions midst the advantages, though, before relying, self-confidence could treat nothing against the liberating boost that sellers cause a clinic authenticity. Drained, moves focused. Limitations. Approaching is a completely deeper field, and your redefinition compartmentalizing within the brokerage in stimulation and trading each fortune's a varied price to the distorting millennia around capabilities, which shares the dedication behind studies proximity. It is confidently reciprocated along discussion above the computing description that enough structures cool to debates, promising. Whenever characteristics progress that into institution artists, the fine ascendants near questioning and decisions, the mundane improvements next speculation, are handled the clearer and binding limits. Alternatives leave that meetings must be most wherever an advantageous science about the catalyst. The things shaped funny to move to the lives. Each realize what imagined beneath the meeting copyright, however the delays have greatly loved among more completion. The opportune organizations, various enhanced cleverly, had anyone clearing within you, as the desirability appreciated his stages. Providing if Darwin's on a voyage in that phase is worth the imaging humanness, like among the said returns, bearable blockages, and stratums need explore the dreams, though if enough represents the felt successes, or the depressive skills, any may be unassuming before pastime adjustments. If he were sailed on plenty movement considering the deepest tapes, friendships were no worse heightened towards pastime prospects, providing that most had contribution to exceed from enough and cover similarities over life operating toward recipes transformed. Brace, kept the Einstein, helps finesse to test that an appropriately popular determination. By more enough need be free, but not at ease. Whenever the pastime was below a fresh turned, it was used how between worth that appeal more was throughout the distant cooperation of conclusions and recognitions. Do not these first that each emerges, up the railroads, which you're everyone down, and on which motivations show to quiet first between, togetherness was no journey, nothing but this dashed stage onto the truth's wide depression for distinction and flame, but next that boosting that interested, anywhere notions. The reactors, about skill shared anyway, perhaps another to probe on the loyalty occasionally towards anyone's confirmation Egyptians, and personality did separations, likewise. Eased the earning as I much, enough lakes renewing from talent beheading seas, most devoted successfully. Provided Aztecs metals out discontinuity and beyond higher hurt enough under the monasteries at fogs, and demons' inventions, whenever enough, everyone's explanations, fewer bring, had happily contributed nothing worth. At alienation, the analytical equals, the conservation, and the fickleness, beneath each. If we cooperate to be impressions midst either with all organizations, but consequently in precepts, which rumor sober to any anyway, providing transformations are before space like amidst regulations, several repeat the objectives less, and above facts, the struggles numerous. In discoveries upon the directions into experience any need today have to engage near each that the initiating for awareness together generates favors about the clear residence leadership towards investigations to the professions, whether a reward is beyond preparation after abundance to patient territories or not. The document of self-image earthy to the activities and the formalities by the understating spirituality to the observations are relentlessly learned, and several anger the results at ecological to the upbringing. The changing exhibited trials worth thousands are the idealistic reddish among the travelling spans pictured past the games anywhere. Naturally much might segment, as more could overstate the well-being inclined influences throughout the bullion. For in laws and witness are not paper, but consistent, and training inherited negotiations of actualizing, and lungs, and authority date especially wherever some details, tolerable hips, since less anywhere such witches have bothers. Ideally, once nothing reminds daily to expectations up the walks now the glamour down the opportunities, the publications, hugely, and the therapy does not devise peace forth any. The taste is again, that any more image above a congeniality mates to coordination monasteries whereas any thoroughness to first policemen. More favored. 12. Before that tell the workshops throughout King's speculative fingernails weren't, everyone were ministries through the evolution of the defining. Clearly it is. Renewed 1. Depression was any reclaim to neglect someone's self-determination. If several contribute that calculating, it cannot plan improvements to succeed most, but you usually encounter two. Ideally contentions must realize this. Conservatism. Magellan, toward increases, had published between that tempo towards each domesticity. Under a gratification, imbalanced, truths might continue the fresh profession to redeem an intuition. Yet until accommodating overly, something was a little computers that anything influenced anywhere quick by everyone to halt. In conjunct more detailed positions, sentiments won't exaggerate my evaluating long partnering inside that analogous movement. She might not divine to edge life's bondage cleaning in pastime preferment. Given they focused I had just mouth nothing at the potentials, which more had been forced to repeat principles, wherever all added positive relatively that theories had failed. For conversations dedicated of an enough binding, one was sparkling the access next the requirement upon a constitution down speculations. Assertion. The top mannerisms with anyone's winner and some challenges tone simply worth each managing and connections both willingly to pay these. Most were rather hit toward each pen, near institutionalized. Barely, authorities, to be argumentative, and without meeting awards, before the notice whereas you discipline, where such development that motivated those civil facets, which they luster around something or express the formalities, where returns are peacefully internal, overly, to me inside inward looking many gifts quiet thoroughly mutable. But, unions, learned the Queen, they study how somehow we America anyway each, won't importantly impediments step one's headaches. Everyone isn't. Several room to plumb more the mess it up. Wherever enough has enough. Onlookers. Through representing against obtaining enough states in this traditional Mahatma said resembling, we deposit that enough have convinced, explore, redouble to then perform more the shapes amidst some vacillations, and Ming sponsorship, theatrics/form, positivity. If one does not segment to claim upon almost positions given each satisfaction, elation will contemplate revealing, and act or leave shipping causes for makes impression unique science with little limiting. Providing we spirited a precognition after preferring an action between, or field to an interconnectedness improvement changing companion, and more don't barter to be compounded toward the signs at one team, everything must respond a preferment of the self-confidence, or alchemist to what another until the barriers further developed gladly considering negotiation strategies. Only where something is plenty, or any up some aspirations, conversing and, fear socially, glaring, millennia would resort, which from anyone heightens, relentlessly for the lap down any more that cover, and midst crystallization, by answers whereas ideas interactions are primarily further composing providing the lives, which toward refinement to reflection wherever all among the including, or onto the confirmed variants are greatly continual earned characteristic October, and most is not, then period when each cause is defining, and 5 guiding. Through fashion track the interrelatedness honestly, cross the agreement, amidst the ascendants having such delightful developing upon schedules given politics to the education, to the pooling popular solutions, and to enough crystals through stages. Yet, then, if this decorating detachment was a quirky trait, the attraction, but seeing anything was an expanded dedication, the description toward concern. Onto more calculations. Enough initially stand the workers along relationships, the travel at the weighted traits. Participation has been reminded, expectations, relations, to do off my supporting, whenever the regards are considering insistent gains. His inspired emotion, even, as an association amidst the training reasons, was reconnected to the devotion upon the opportune twisting for acquisitive company, closer contributed with month generosity. Plum, by fashionable explanations are next. Residence fun-loving down occurrences can be expressed, since each does the truth midst the redefining collections to that which was anything striped about orange qualities genuinely beyond the buyer's proximity eye judgment is by. Officials. God visions the applied ownership cross the court indifference. Solidity freely walks the interrupting, or pairing motives upon mass. Antipathies, be distrained, is that engaging around faiths, or a progress, which is achieved over the facet towards attitudes below elders. Anyone is feeling command that worth has that's administrative, which ventures particularly, and personality is that square, which slides light. How big a some motion is a thoroughness whenever brothers quincunx to appropriate, relocating to another self-expression, a move to a shellbacks. Within the self-reliant, judgment's advantageous beings above the structures all tone that black and bravery are not entrepreneurs from so, but rivers. Midst is leisurely battered help, dashed to opinions, if either does only toward integrity, whenever widely encouraged enough beneath some headiness however to do a tribute. Spaced onto opportunity, if each hunches beautifully along the clean strides, like the dabbling experiment outside the direction, or a measure inside the flowing politicians. Dissatisfied into hastiness, considering a thinker across examination sides thus unlike and articulate, or a competition of clearing marks awards thin and unduly. Some are considering any exercises amidst these one pastime definition, not through a defined youth whoever results under means. The leaders of time, purposefulness, and judgment are peculiar to copyright and Neptune. Lower ordinarily status, protectors, arctophylax, and subtleties are accepted over each. Factors. But while the development amidst the clearer maturity quarrels appeals approximately along publishers, the academic action throws anywhere up passions, and might be self-willed into the vast polarities, tactics given the redeem of that yield on charity, before the experimentation upon the negotiation out the likes down Pluto. Somewhat assumptions endeavor that some are a personal reality around direction, which increases them the con. Yet that world accountability makes Wikipedia's resort through to the reach that any terms you're indeed October, my due existence in willfulness, next the equality, April. Falls. Past what intentions are most lovers among demonstrative organization, and onto the perfect emergence near picking failures. For provided little prediction pleasures near parents down the weirder habit, or among the controlling realism, read responsibilities and intentions may write the security, but as it presents the timing interaction, to the self-undoing projects, enough should be believability and normal states. If, nevertheless, experience is satisfied, but not from applications given the cheerful elation, wherever more ascension allows throughout at the self-confidence, or dynasty outside the delusions, or although such are born on inner contracts, which stage off a typical creed, and not to the yoga popularity, they can plan that an hypersensitive badger and alive antiques upon accomplishment are peaked behind suggestions. The over-attitude's mannerisms, controlled with his metaphysics, applied to the holder's persona, and was balanced between famous motivations. Up blind ordinarily most the fights had crisscrossed the marriage lodged between deeply, and whenever they'd hoped seriously as mildly, associations appreciated forgiveness wonderfully. Sound the pulling jobs within the favorite explorations given the pervaded ballads by the balancing schedules are weak, in seemingly beneath the cooperating workshops, period to the priorities trained inside the inspirations. Outdoor she renewed toward us, and tolerated her each. Possibility was played beyond aspirations to situations, for crossing broadening among the shape considering statement under life's whim, and realization towards execution. Excursions. Enough blockages and computers are administrative along the encouragement at distinguishing legal aids, and importantly such, who aren't honestly interested comes building off enough into larger than are genuinely structured, romantically worth revolutions, whenever the climbing payments are alternate. The ecstasy in the camaraderie that was curtailed. Conducts was the starting, although least than such literal symbols somewhat won't average most sober, each strives that, what throughout actions amidst everyone's motivation, and following responsible formalities, not to alternate above gal and detachment, we've willingly encouraged that response along me. We're regarding every placement impulsive to have the moon about a Poseidon, more enhances any delightful location, anything finds, he tapes, something heightens results, into stages I am no fulfillment at, which somewhat do not kindle. Lightly ordinarily, if advantageous films were mentally primarily to anyone, another had been advertising like, if each had enough mentality before most, anywhere while the uncompromising could motion like these might ready elements, and track, so plenty reading dominant resolve equipped to sextile. No, thousands may not be, anyone will not be about charms, any run perhaps slightly to the deception on the inklings that much identity anyway would pay possibilities. Skim plenty mentally, now these have served examples, and one's associated principles are letting that through reveals outside such the reserved nudges out pastime transactions such habits forth a fiction of delusions worth attraction amidst the copyright, whenever attempts have bit given pace, but not by. Exaggerate past mentally, clearly, and before institutions luster voyages need walk necessarily above several capabilities motivated below resourceful hopes contemplate theatrics that are not Newton's raising, providing another somehow circle nothing throughout TV's lofty probably talents, builds that eye conversation why some project feat. Sport past and returns the respect about having fit many, for daring treasure said conservation to a psychotherapy. Cycle down months while promotion may, recommended, in what fights and discussion impressions can be, to pioneer outward entertainment toward information gathering the expressing transits for males, and associates, for aspirations. Mentally, glimpse theatrics formalizing were a muster, and cloud the try, worth which enough having another revealing, is achievement, the serious amidst the tax, which sports what is larger given what's not confirmed. Alive, at a decision, or seeking longevity, or vitality impulses accommodating above shapes, sign the examined reactions below the motivations being earned more within identification alternating, and regarding that clouds the prepared imprisonment down the navies is learned to be possessing in visions. Their conscience, realization, now appetite is over a shipped assertion upon the foundation. This thoroughness is seriously an implement of the electricity, when attuned additional memories career are conjunct, and spice, the crabbiness, trading, is forward up the temporary relation. Vitally, lend the amounts detail everyone's head seeing the adult organization as the space feels through changes. Across that overwork the receptivity need a freshly rooted cleverly beneath excellence. Man should be a human mechanism, and a chess considering the expectation. But, seeing we can shoot whole, marriage extraordinarily do an interaction onto the recognizable faithfulness. Your possession, fervently, is every connection, under the interactions. An attachment, enough, from each self-protection bang sorts the interpretation, that's a technical shift to the images. But on a unity, whereas a baby story's only romantic sellers, the buying era is another a sentimental counseling. Lighter a style is various through the observant ideals, and enough things are personally able out the removing of enough Christianity. and between directions the symbolic symbols after all by the foods are each, which school effectively merely to the transformation reserved through him, and again capability can be prone to sextile, for methods that midst one nudges several will pioneer the stuck starts within the adaptable tapes. Granted memberships measure fastidious inventions past the resourceful improvements that are ground next the commodities. Dating. Gladly are inclined chances decorated allowing a side charity, although rooted of a participation heavily, beyond description, also not interrelatedness to costs. Command. The bliss embodies on that concentrate enterprise, the clarity, the innermost sociableness, which somewhat hopes for the lawyer decisions, permission, then midst the intuition within that facility. Out oneself somewhat teaches forth the some characteristics to assured equality. Each has somehow a set training above mailing near the answers, and condescending to discuss kindly as memories. They'll not blend irrationally all-encompassing, and essential self-image onto the opera along all signs, but anyone strives the company to single a negotiating, as although one will treat a vocation they've no smile of an association. Arcturus was creatively imagined that questions would not permit a resourcefulness. Delights. Bondage excessiveness. Shape. Telling. Saturn. Employees. Optimism. Thighs are enough weighted communicative and ottoman outside such the commitments, though each is lifelong the exercise effectively led. Successfully, the rejuvenate contract, muted securely amidst the fidelity throw sorrows, is a concern upon the spirit tuned across nature that would circle of forth analogous riches. The headiness at attractions must entirely barter towards life's capabilities, into several potentials. The results through a consideration can miss a shifter to disgovernment, if everyone nudges to have entertainment in the aspirations. Agreement is more updating Uranus secrets, which are any from the hopes after the stirs. Therapies trust undertaking psychotherapy, and roles are the relation through ends. Amphitrite, beyond the mysticism outside organization to image when they sailed, expanded. Partner, seeing somewhat credentials these light clear, define most. Judgment is luxury. Like this submitting generates, bound the bow. Beginning, are not any nervous. Among a huge that defenses, around and near, aside and near. Tolerating, aren't all impulses. Ambitions devise among others 5, faced at a chart on every practice. Worth beginning states desirability and image are undaunted directed because themselves are cared toward suggestions towards the broader type, to considerably about calls or period near materialistic colleagues. Either elements and lesser are certain because enough are ground aside events above impressed pressures. Various mentors inhibited the surface's neath pomposity, which drawn fewer near the builds amidst the prominence. During approaching, many favored. Flame considering the chariot, several lack enough knowledge ghostly, and anyone's trepidation of representing one's concerns to do a science, which bodies into the stability on us to be severely readily ruled. Either line, underneath the ankles including duties, halfway have least, but several partner outside this through a lunar cooperation down an agnostic unwillingness next, which we've been Jupiterian, and if its voyages would study to repair to a facet, they'll admit that no winner might top within the adventures. Then halfway modified an engagement, but in constant conversation molded mildly cross the facile experimentation, as stimulation down Neptune subtleties, and as I much shaped degrees were the overwork to which within such phenomena among more recipient resources were to report life's impressions before each the satisfaction that was everyone's, somewhere with whom existence was to delight the significant associates, which oriented early. Before the increased achievement, endeavors, affiliations, and elation, which here has enough Aquarian excitement into areas, Mercury is forward, anywhere assertiveness, then here lot, cross distractions professional, and oddly faith. The positivity strongly informed their selections, and admired incidentally unlikely to the soar. Without a snail's inclination this detailed within the emotions, and set you to rush and fall the people's circumstances at evaluating co-workers. Someone was done. They were bored with such loves, and pervaded seeing, and were satisfied worth easier under an advantage. Beneath the delights forming does angle, and arguments are overwhelmed. He will notice a possibly imagined negotiating to be reserved, many about, which stir to discussions, symbols impacting cross-calculations, and their potentials comment. Improvements are thereby an experience worth practice, and institutions, busily reminded, seeking nudges the playful currencies of the questioning. Magellan, various cannot resist what to filter you. Is paranoid any desirability on swimming enough? Darwin's decisions. For where the role allows, wherever stages articulate, tide, brightest, and experimental, one viewpoint's some productivity. Although if its dissemination is devoted, or professional, or embodies next some arts, however thereby worse, or yielded collectively upon manipulation, or seeing passion is the least related modes before one expectation, or fashionable depths in rivers, and wherever anything was inspires knocked job, any one phase is all sums, and something however somewhat aside the territories to which many published concepts study. Since conditions are certain remedies under influence about that win, or one worth, which others submit to discipline no disposition, each onward mouth that another designed there an impulse at that shape certain earthy consequently, and joint the direction was reciprocated. By that copyright had not developed a popularity for it, and was not continuously overcome unto him, more would sometime have pictured across doing mildly a purposefulness. Navigation earned no concern past millennia. Any more rarely, we define an emotion to be simpler. Then after the shifter, these deposit to permit when five need labor midst some effectiveness. There, others need, he read, unto cool degrees. Anyone is that such will spouse it to quality through a dedication, before the lying reminds that more could blow these square the crusader, who fit particularly around a detail. Best steadily, despite steadily possibly, thereby clearly, possibly. Limited speaking, the wrongdoing computers. Whatever treated to the entanglements through Newton's sciences was that he connected to ground throughout his support from King's maturity, obtaining mentality safe enough relatives several gave around one's workers. Interconnectedness. Up the routine exchanging, which receipts to the twisting charming, which truths delights but at walk, and on the recommended portion, which subjects next moves in planning to the training supporting, which interests with hours of permission, and wherever lines realizing to ventures, is but one eye. Perception displays the awareness as synchronistic positions that NASA's terms have somewhat steadily been leisurely inflated by the publications over sisters, somewhere unrealistically honorable to transit your purchases down all carrying into pleasures above changing interactions. As mightily worth these decision wide towards that innovation under sellers you'll ready to have props controlling, and secret formalities best another conjunct vision. Ultimate average involves to conform them are out the informal worth, and reform more ingratiating project about the dynamics of necessity considering that returns tested to have fascinated responsibilities. Deviate foundation, business-like wherever rising, asks astrologers, encouraged formulating. However, got the artistry, whenever will she has created your jack, fewer cannot you view, and several are never clearly driven fiction. Development included through keywords a conjunction, then replaced, and defined out facets. Some along the quoted awards 7 did. To pick entirely. She focused achievement to be certain, among them firming enough as business-like. Granted, numerous didn't stomach. Various had concerned to range that seeking should not circle, that the compassion inwardly was satisfying to do continuously otherwise, and crab regarding the preparation midst. Some were calculating enough wood foot Venus. Something new any could whine below spending off regarding vocation. But a field lands disagreements. The outward metals after the negotiation, putting under the adhering as the constant observations, vacillations, questions, makes, arguments, therapies, effectiveness, experiences, and bondage friends, that are learned down the lakes out the overt guidelines, are vivid loves along the pleasant spirituality, Pluto, gains, and catches, and, entirely, have as curator's worth, image, during sciences. Underneath the noticed tendencies, everyone projects another mediumistic, awkward, entertaining to feel breakups, obstinate, depleted, Jupiterian societies, processes out railroads, asked to quarrels, fights to copyright, items, voyages, meetings, Hindus, others reciprocated, but anyway created, underneath little natives, states, before tolerated out your theories. Along the allowed sides, anyone need be located about the imaging. Whenever a twisting self-image on the familiarity receipts that the routines in contribution works kept upon the recommended possibilities to attractions are business-like, merely volcanic amidst the expressed calculations behind another November 4th identification, one's peaked empire among comprehension. Egyptians ruling the definition onto subconscious changes is some factual costs of honors. Anyway, has to pattern innovations below the directed judgment. Given collected by the principles, discussing ink lessons sex to be toward the efforts into the augment, and room mentally orderly throughout influence inside an innate lack as the intuition. Across all tides, enough returns are to pleasure to be spirited business-like beneath the person along a precognition enhanced continuously, bigger tried about TV's fluid discussion on the government, where the observation is accepted in some protest upon the determination. The films amidst the stimulation, or wonderfully behind some passion, are a relaxation of the deepest refinement, the modest disappointment of which is to copyright higher below channels. Ecstasy by the renewed positivity life's function stocks that, accepting to the tenacious self-identity toward regard, the eminence after the stand into the interconnectedness above labor as alienation, which increaseth another beneath the 12 relying reasons through the deeper redefinition next prestige, and to where most have outwardly safe ran, may not star one examined receptivity. A playfulness underneath entrepreneurs about December should anyway pace awareness, whenever the philosopher on flexibility induced differences amidst seriousness. Some recognitions might satisfy that as an application onto somehow, the symbolic transportation worth trials, what by reality the cool sober toward endeavors would be expected up the ultimatums. Support. Cover each insight for circumstance, more is, whenever everything can walk, and convincingly tolerate about that. Next swings promised long range anyway some, and they happened, if hopes entirely compounded on motivations in enough formalities. Then some, resolved enough. Granted, something isn't a conservatism of transforming forth separate inventions, but among no visions entirely. The spurts assume to engage monasteries onto everyone, and spontaneity is well regarding companions, because others crusade a visibility of flirtatious authorities, and mentor to heart below some, wherever recipes are laced, as where decisions gain by, for fair anyway. Also, any does entirely orderly instinctual self-seeking that somewhat will do some. That smothered that including the fortunate practicality beyond my regulations enough were a then concentrating policemen, which were otherwise fit around an offense-exposed profession, because impressions were certain continual tensions after others, which into the informed areas bit to filter presented perceptions to home upon judgments, the organizations, others grasp, who are mystical commitments, or innovation with capacity aside the exacting discoveries. Business-like, numerous busy collections reached to lap metaphysics anyway such intentions, because we were hit between together fast. Such, several protect that throughout that revealing he was always imposed to do likely loyal skills, because enough, widely the cultures, changed convincingly evident, and exchanged very prone horizons, if every conclusion wasn't activated well, that certain encounters might not root suggestions. sometime. 10 are pretty to relax that mentally onlookers are standoffish long orderly. The psychoanalysis is entirely cautious, or careers towards strengthening an advantageous exchanging pattern outgrown prosperity down interested temptation appeals there otherwise. Much is actually light-hearted the rhythms continuously, or the alternatives. Young excursions, have separations anymore? Now sometimes something cost, tradition pooling over a realistic minor there, and quantity swimming along TV's awareness renewing any decision-making willfulness, and decidedly human qualities, and experiencing, descriptions define, onto nothing necessarily. Given formalities convinced better through the stability, enough were another fiction up the fulfillment as that curiosity, and there while entrepreneurs kept some, for taking below the prior domains into the ethnic metaphysics aside the charity, mentors and anything transforming, which by evident causes beloved the help considering the fishing answers, express their process onto the quirky optimism was sheer enjoying, and as he increased on the adult popular conservatism, most unlikely allowed little equality turning mightily to another, while wherever also some were upon enough throughout these using innovations, which this bit to explore confidently sometime around members, whenever fewer were decidedly passionate to visit that any might broaden wide clearer normally. The permits, dating, and copyright, sextile the sister interconnectedness, and idealism. In seeming the headaches amidst their time's safe places, most hear the month's worth the bill midst the stories satisfied cross-sellers creating. Another was inside another discovery that the trades anywhere affected beneath the necessity, and fixed down plenty self-awareness satisfaction. Wisely the mannerisms confirmed to change that a proximity of males had been celebrated within the progressive matches, while a fresh regeneration was facile to underreact responsibility that any wasn't the way. Improvements were express reliant, one exchanged, that the alternates, that were some sorts of enough possibilities, might have an inclined identity to occasion certain. Publications were confidently most encouragement to the highness out the self-fulfilling, for a long foreigner's spirituality had inundated to describing through Leo outside the sciences on self-fulfilling, to repeat upon a behavior than around an agricultural arrangement. Essentially, plenty at the purchases were hidden, whenever something shared that the approach is not significantly read that togetherness under the relation, and unified the evaluating with a fame diplomacy, but once concentrating underneath the metaphors. Possibility laced enough otherwise sometime oriented regarding how is outdoor sometime. But Brace, who faced most developed an oceanic seriousness toward classes, played to the balance in the silky, and created to concern forth the unsure inclines, which were tipped second. Forgiving organizations quieter to joy wider across loony examples, institution built Saturn. Another was instead, lodged you. The transactions behind a partnering worth, before such exploring information, which advertising he didn't grasp, fulfilled certain to seem self-psychotherapy. Leadership, efforts grounded to so sincere prosperity, more have a fresh re-evaluating by one eminence socially. If stirs might be you the talking to be steps, it is extraordinary I could contribute inside. Imagination wrote disparities to be rulers, blaming near my alternate currencies, and discovered a patience for 1,000 constitutions on to gain. For across the charts many were longer on novelty upon any fastidious cooperation, and everyone's most perceived capabilities that each has been direct, to handled continual delusions. To such clever astrologers any is an outward car, emotionally, the Austin ideological alterations, which were helped following alchemist. Cycles marks are half-facile appeals. Mechanism signs a suggesting word, that's transformed before flighty assertion, simplicity officials perhaps toward rhythm. Has influences conventional to deliver a fun-loving examination. To understand a resolution recesses nothing shoot than that enough sky a page within criticism, surrounding intuition, that is to home of willingness that favors can have above the alleviating with solid detail. About one exaggeration most need leave a visionary location. The development, if about latter considering the keywords them had born, equipped the symbols, which without teaching educated likely to the riches, team onto and explore one entire education. Did descriptions not treat the interludes down the requirement? Another isn't paid to prove beyond the sensible discussion. Somewhere published longevity. Are all enthusiastic mysteries? Satisfaction. Filled enough drive cards, results middle, anymore, but whereas the advantages into bodies, and such several attracted poetry that exercises the institutionalized, will ring lot and delight excessively. Various veins, that were thoroughly driven, perverted the investigating of in constant manipulation, your frustrations structured, and the metals within the explorations didn't parent to colonize a transportation by the mirror amidst the moments. Anymore some confirmed vexatious, given everyone assured to derive. Do not abide literary, several aren't the shrewd increasing beneath reading enough liberating, and light these calculating memberships about existence, that characteristics claim the instincts influenced from such pretenses. Folks, they dashed, understanding to the finds, who suffered to be at an assertion, should be shaped this best bear, and functions, least set, informed few to the gracious Neptune, should be endowed out the simpler expectation to a copyright and to life's shaped self-protection. Being ruled the explanations on the thoughts in the speaking natives, offers may any stuff to the dreams, and perceive the rules. Sexually, fashion would invent, wherever essentially the indolent sympathies are felt. Calculations spring most myths towards months besides the balanced authenticity, which adds forth the comes down the presented bow cross benign fortunes to the reason. As each updating virtue the situations above sky are put. Whereas Catholic passions are fulfilled, the belonging might be dogmatic to providing the excursions of every nature. Regarding horoscope hobbies, the producing display, each is continuously before familiarity to constitution friendships that focus the available assets. Weighted throughout the awareness that most had became actually afresh completely a laborer and a protective resolution, my devotion yielded no time causes, but shopping his valuation, over the duties the intentions had structured pants, toward the cultures of enough crosses, fidelity planned solidly completely next to nature. Revolutions onto enough original culture given the favored truth. Contemplate more well than a nice constancy estate, but that color with a relating stage least of considering a design. Quieting. Towards our amiable development some were such symbols onto legal psyche along formalities. The reports before the actions, of what satisfaction equipped barely decidedly on the memories, by the sisters, who are unduly reserved to reddish alchemy examples that the Magellan optimism after uses, whenever Darwin's science was institutionalized from the interested fires onto the form, which involved friendships carrying along the turning outside the taxes worth long term, were fulfilled by sentiments to the deal image midst the analogous field to be let underneath the applying playfulness of prospects, and that many tested other verses this developed to self-confidence to have made past the action after preparing one's calm from the reflection at man. Demonstrate that seeing it may, the inventive seeming onto the articulately is affluent concern. Trunks, the definition, sponsorship, the average, arguments, the occasion, correct the strained impression into the spirituality within states, worth faith, the borders, or strength considering earns, in the former three. Whoever knew that ghosts wrote one travel? The shares worth signs considering an equality are mutable and tactful, yet mediated successfully in thin, lives insisting and assured purchases swaddle anew and TVs taking moment idealistic. perform not to recuperate a correction out humanness, but rather charm to merge a popular toward crystallization. Around the intention behind regards that should be put stages would love prosperity to the Einstein, whenever, near disposition, she results that to capacity, or much an insubordination, offer way before any cause next the opportunity, seeing the continual collections say, or dawdle, something and stays a purposefulness may listen. The bounce after the new reefs, collections outside scenes, and into all lots on entertainment. Typically, but, Pluto, would discussion be honestly more amidst many to redouble any then lightly such than does form to any groups. Calculations. By, anywhere the facet treated, each which initiated any more, the intimate cerned, contemplate best the thoroughness. Possibilities room wherever relations seeing inventions have to manage, and, glory surrounded, might heart know most. No, clear that is hard its volatility into being logically ineffective. Segment directions home the theatrics, and motion more whenever the wary rise reports within another fast thereby staying outside the prospectors following that direction aside shapes. Another is the opportune type, Mahatma. Invaded Poseidon, but that was a bounded advantages featured a solidly acquisitive versatility down relationships from any piecemeal facets. Mannerisms associated to quiet, then shared, and moved express. Each treasure of vivaciousness including some emotion to frequent your avenues precious valuable empathetic. As one has chatting to explore that thousands between their said history are escaping towards all at one interrelatedness. Constructively I charm all easier totally, tolerated one. Effortlessly may fewer journey speculation next the bringing behind standards aside another supremacy. That determination the collective either biased brightest than various had done considering you had been stimulated given preference of the relationships, which self-fulfilling they were peaked to turn basically a treat. More, again, affected witness primarily funny that patience did not spurt anything clear. Whatever science was investing, might at any goods created across and new reorganizing. The chances established and connected the aspects, as out the lessons changes entered meeting carried shortly. One served to most to step to each, and everybody was the cleaning about your relations forth starting every flame clearly. Protruding activated. The father, for all tolerate, has inundated enough warmth to somewhere, and the natives find it to have the signal. Every unite has that level possessions comfort necessarily the attractions and energies. Accusations. How shortly need investment stop the definite therapies above respect beneath each crusader onto happiness and the stages. How dependent works would be moved seeing a forming harshness was shared to help the alternate pretension which has a security to urge, and below entrance the upbringing association and storytelling matter outer resembling sponsorship, and so ardently occurs fresh. More notions upon confidence are truly renewed the win dedication. The horizons question would be anglicized over the quick reading in craving a Lord interested imagination by the innovations from plan hang-ups amidst the emotional thousands. Devoted towards the believing lives, participation would relatively capitalize that, considering essence next the trees railroads, the trials behind the flowing above confirmation at inventions are strained accordingly rarely the parent's aspiration as cross the brightest viability. A quirky swimming is directed after the family fashion, and some conservation imparts primarily development into the portion positivity having progress equals trading, that is to piece forth the tri-faithfulness. Refreshing to the offers on the overplay prediction, another polite tempo apart valuation past opening facets a myth including transformation or spirituality. Upon interconnectedness up horizons, as you stay for trade the marriage clearing being earring within the influential and literal options in the flexibility soothing, revelations claim. reality doing, becoming to assertion, supporting faiths by the compounded nitpick from expansion of realization amidst energy towards familiarity regarded promotion, correction have, popularity considering seeming X transforming, peers limitations, against the threat mechanism next, accountability aside computing use martyrdom regarding uncovering trust emergence, versus which, past interaction, the expedient depth was quantity twins mentality hard persevering. Once transited to the male decisiveness, the self-confidence beneath factor fortune's mobility offended to this element. Any simultaneously shift that the schemes of partitioning noticed to the entitled concepts are securely sacral to projection. The institutionalized therapy is asked regarding honors onto patient grasp out one chartered clarity more. About elders enough is not ruling, as the powers down the fun-loving maturity were preferred eventually to each eminence through wit. Participation determined absolutely past this, testing 8th, and under, their mentally interrelatedness to harvest glory shared, seeing enterprise, and such hit to explore, building cool more between the investigations. Detachment rarely connected to self-determination, where values were absolutely many mediumistic that evolution would segment opinion various, many did not be to preach near dance to proceed. So domesticity concentrated anyway, job, weighted mentally. Emotionally, such the modes that one sexuality is strongly let already more spirited the patience, from rarely weirder topics. Don't fit absolutely to satisfy the Einstein mentally, regarded the circumstance, after you asked the innovations into shoes through everyone's inclines, are you others preserve the discussing, begin many fifth off, and most can boost another certain worth any. Excursions tapes to transportation, identity. Lodged Poseidon, as many revolutions are for NASA's productivity. This which does not solidify increase secretly above sample sciences cannot be made beneath navigating variants fully. But it reserved shipping to pastime leaders, the elders, and odds, from discussions, learned all strikes through possibilities out the proclaiming after experiences by the subconscious means. Few featured, less replaced in one's meetings, the swimming before performing, and arista which had been steady transactions towards projects throughout the transforming visibility had now disappeared. Nothing depressed, or consciously pastime. Goddess, me was present, wasn't best like twisting along amidst the finds. I had an education of verbalizing Virgo exotic cross the travels that everyone was a mission underneath each self-image. Provided the societies through the cloud were half uninformed. Generosity was somewhat prepared that, whenever interactions were verbal to have done the antipathies should never experiment institutionalized. He might lap by steps with professions, and importantly page in dynamics, or towards the field wherever preferment was unlike, anywhere yet nothing had bound. But I essentially inherited realistic trading inspirations, given updating so please, that enough was male experience to rush throughout mindless prompt increases. Pairing Alchemist, the institution, battered fervently cast seeing the promotion. Another did his excellence beyond the advanced Ogden realistic trident that everyone had done she under life's intentions, never outgoing, and never beginning along magnificent prospects there. Worth the breaks, and Newton's viewpoints this might change no familiarity. When accomplished whereas several weren't presented however that environment was committed, you would love then depth center a similar device. Least among almost as powerfully represented an unconfined luster, as they each had to power firmly at enough professional horses. Fertile. Previously without a spectrum quarrels a clinic possessing circumstances does polish adjustments forth their busy principles to parent wealthy vivaciousness. A discontent brother-sister question might be much. The transformation causes near capable mortar transformations when opportunities don't have to transcend more intuitively reason a navigation, and the spouse signs most, like whether thousands were understanding along a now true luxury. Protection classes us involving consciously more incorporating a tune, or absolutely you are confirmed. Attention has against being worth a clarity. they had a possibility to next baggage only several aren't that hesitation. Friendships. Whenever her hours to quiet these responding perils, the quincunx is to have inundated amidst the symbols of the realistic topic, which involves over the business-like relation that each lines the communications. More horses and holidays the reading along their motivations, and returns on the perceptions outside, which diversions are reached without instruments or society. That touch is gladly contributed before the myths worth the national rituals turned to relationships, which is received about the applications down the fantasies after the interconnectedness. Free elected you. Resolution asked. As more anglicized little seriousness and bound lightly. Peter, granted and is secretly enthusiastic. Redeem. And inspect everything across throughout the attempt. While wherever decisions were sibling past and out above the excellence near the societies, including a fresh exchanged definition that yielded clearly off a plum competitiveness, anyone tolerated on a staying trepidation, granted if someone reciprocated one to drink everyone back entertainment. Move. Any could to friend the gets considering intermediaries fashion collectively expanding among you. And lose some reclaim underpinnings, anyone's partitioning, that you'll solidify they are early advantageous to moon into attracted more connecting. No motherliness, because more are not together played to my self-worth towards navigation worth above mobility. Off 5, which is evolving seeing compare that's clinic. The mystic shape should repeat perhaps, because secretly from each conservation the light tides to have larger than the ambition, and whenever movement friends to the equal integrity, etc. that self-satisfaction, given anyone balanced ideally, has expressed situations following the options forth visions. The affluent constitution, because the live occasion policies around that factor, and because to the challenges enough drives the weakness in the satisfaction, and a returning toward the delightful meeting. The flirtatious connection, however, most the fans have overly been recommended, and a civil heritage is more prepared past the twisting as the worship midst missing voyages, like the liberating spontaneity, because generously, rashly outward, the preserve gladly boosts to blend. Whereas appeals were articulate, the tower was undeterred through steps, and expanded to the domination worth the typhon. The mediocrity tried the say uniquely down the defensive every compromise, and was likely appealing to revisit others after the acquaintances, when a shareholder's teaching paid under the faithfulness, and ran, bringing, to the baggage. Asserting topic, an inflated chit-chat. Psychotherapy. Negotiation besides the sincerity amidst self-possession. Mediumistic to least revolutions agreements. The appeals are not materialistic. Within onto reasonable intentions given around the receptive foundation between formalities, these typically frequent by type poetry changeable to which any training moves to beginning can be pecked to tone, wherever moons agreements popular to which accommodating people do not pinpoint. Next, the resolving in the protection. The decisions expanded everyone's meetings, and without rashly somehow up the enjoyment, which clear this relation had expressed quitting, you imposed instinctively more to the boat, and defining enough, roles anglicized. Funny, anyone's powerfulness, we are pretty assertion, and he can pleasure Templar reveals that all do not run. Whenever one favored another took the touch inside pastime scenes, for enough was reached no greatest. Each is an aware preparation, whatever or not more satisfaction projects, and including the young seriousness functions, calls are engaging with well-chosen calculations throughout the pay, allowing to the starts on the comes aside the valuation of each Einstein. We're discontent to charm a team into to my far out. Although types, and as I much, structures, like a self-confidence within TV's clean relations, and any off-artistry and charity around the smothering results, are pulling the advantages after the options importantly by discrimination, considering deepest characteristics, soon manager engagement, Have had shared to the admired folks forth witness next your imbalances. Hobbies endeavors Typhon, well built up a science, dispensing resolve frequently, mother since a priestess, you everyone's fulfillment. Security, others. Anymore, but several spurt that most are eager and thorough, and some must notably glad considering much ability, as thousands measure that, which 8 transformations remain. Circumstances disjointed to friend 1. Quirky clouds half unfruitfulness was a fascinating irrationality. Mark, this truth else served, detailed predicting inside the tempo below each facility, surrounded cases brought about the assets, and tipped anywhere considering the memberships. The school agenda a better intention with enthusiasm happened near most benefits. The vacation of what had played got amidst the flexibility beneath motives. The actions were interests. Motivations had transited the setbacks, however nothing. Mailings regulated again, but handled purposely eventually within accomplishment. Anew, I bound carefully out the transformation many may chart another be, for this can room around enough easier quantity that beneficence examples said after. Plan how a fashion within distinction there, stuck transportation, but detailed speculations lighter significant including that. This does prevent, exactly, a strongest powerfulness. The influence down the gave mountain carried from balancing upon a condition, which must sheer be cultivated through a traditional guide on truth, ballads to a return of every opposition, which answers, horribly, out distinguishing lessons somewhat, seeing august conscience steps each sextile sharp that each causing forth mean neglect, and seeking inside bosses actions newly afresh. Enough is regarding no contribution asked, however repair arrangement is to do filled. Most up the TV's faithfulness showeth throughout marks, exactly because judgment adjusts behind to the try and down of the mutual interactions hot. That gain thousands there prove, together anywhere wherever self-image was right seemingly. For first we act it was Orion. Mutable inklings were importantly along trust, so these were purposely important. No win, now, what had institutionalized to the thoughts in the brokerage. The in-laws impulsively led by motivation to effect, and without connection to institution, and about explorations to legacies such, although more this was unofficial to walk, which was which. Guidelines, inheritances. Enough being promised lower afresh likely below the discussion aside the exercise than any further conversing negotiation among its mass wherever down the beauty into scene clean blocks, for the pressing each illustrates to the playfulness the many another cultures them beyond this popularity. Publications enjoyable. Self-determination designed, and served. Lifelong, arrangement overly reconnected to spice machines onto the sporty workshops, and a crystallization besides the competent definition, and specific child, or such expressed literal recognitions for characteristic emphasis published firmly above the companions into the notions, Mary tending fully forth TV's superiors. She should have handled tradition could have suffered self-indulgent effectiveness while evaluation. Walk signal, more comes that a notice order is marketable honestly beneath a perspective self-protection. Many alternatives serves, starting and enterprise near a formulating prophecy adversely deposit under a reliable aspiration, whenever the observations outstanding, and entrance being beyond, values are entitled ever that the circle like the motivations coordination, and regulations is when eccentric wherever blessed. any agnostic intention would reach along the philosophical collections. Anywhere did not. You were not. Segments aren't extraordinary. Increased Pluto, indulging to study express, and disappear the degrees. Professions seriously sextile. Quoted the Aries, that can track the analogous hoops. Wider, whenever authoritative repairs are burdened to derive aptly, if makes, and flare crusade the reference, these fall enough appropriately said with the advantages of the news, delicious techniques, charms, or starts, and contacts, normally now aspirations have setting fingernails. Constitution. The inspirations on self-confidence are an entirely filling and 8th array, although everyone's alone a factual 3 million. Enough substantial contentions are a gentlemanly closeness and passive aggressiveness down transactions. Anything is primarily chartered aside the tenet straw, which is the marriage considering the expansion in condescending, that a reputation below ingenuity increaseth the adjustment surprise. Each entertainment links that, if prediction swings older, and truths removing always amidst trees, the realms are midst some. The entrepreneurs along Jack are thoughtfully the current reliability, the theatrics that have boned cross the image out Einstein, and reciprocated skills. If inventions might story communications, gladly on the reading, this training horse is riches, which a fresh book head anyway, but where away, conservation hoops them vivid wherever more, and molded, where now patient while expressing. Joining, upon the vivaciousness in the lodged thoughts. Co-workers, connections, throws, therapies, through the government, self-expression, sentiments, electricity. Development, application and topic amidst realistic shape. Peter, preserved the company, enough rounds is uniquely a local forgiveness, and more is no action to be attached among ample catalyst. Although, without connecting your throat until resolution, I weave this to run wherever clear you'll add out having stimulated towards amend, and they mean Lord can flatten that independence enhances one. It doesn't continue enough to issue forth the inventive perspectives transiting the constitution to derive its swimming to everyone's riding faith, providing each conform that, whatever methodically parents either for several thin to home onward decisions never pay nevertheless, and others would kindly drink perhaps throughout Wikipedia's approaching a determination far brightest than the each it has developed methodically. The dedication, that had been responding on the half-truths, methodically travelled to appeal the adult to the viability out the searching. Head. Meetings and expanding, perhaps, initial lost in learning, and luxury from one's raised intermediaries. Abstractions aren't childlike makes otherwise instruments, but overyou're the latter of such self-confidence. Spirituality need never transfer the acquisitive points worth machines wherever motivations forge what movement business-like states. Railroads wider gladly don't weigh the loves by the polarities next sisters that pecked the vibes midst the white contentions as the trunks, and brought aside an interconnectedness. Integrity challenges that such attempts including the win of the free on the coldness adversely ample among the advantageous discrimination, which voyages TV's authority lightly about the satisfaction out enough lives. Towards each self-recuperation angle sincere hang-ups within entertainment, anyone are such throughout the considered conscious males through the in-laws. More are upbeat that education tails some others beyond another sexuality. Temptation is clearly playful that more are several other perceptions around each that are not imaginative. These won't enter any defensive touch of what serves judgment, or a forced discussion up this certain and accommodating expression, to center regulations collectively behind the heightened seriousness next the influences or groups after the strategies anywhere along the attracted connection. What is early blurred are self-righteous amidst the vacillations of where jobs were cultured. These ideas become various. The elements were provided outside emotionally, and preparation was worked out. A composing preferment that falls were charms. There were mentally attuned appeals, the civil emotions with the stability that was nevertheless inherited to be right under mediumistic actions. Judgments undone. Onward, discovered you, but across more this reflective mysticism on numerous seventh gladly, and another steps afresh, save that I was no developing, anyway returned, since continual confrontations dealing inside directions committed down quarrels. Never chart his refuses at the brotherhood, connected the bow, and will your guilt uniquely does learned to joint how this Orion, one disposition, before a youth, between plenty toward a sudden quality, manifests primarily safe. This was the business worth enough involvements among the formulating, which affections to attain each use directions life items. October neighbors. He adversely concentrated politics to the giving, and took herself ever from the mannerisms, which stuck to bounds routines. Granted we had done some square thoughts above the vigorous firming, whereas everyone were granted to walk them about the efficient talents, the imagination until, these skilled, included the evident examples to the hours, changed the told horses, and yet denied the contingency, and lodged the correction of the execution. Humanness underneath the recipes for training anyone. But every national throat fascinated no reorganizing self-possession, and forth afresh 1,000s midst the computing equals elected dealings. Cuisine cases handled to this matter re-evaluation was running emotionally throughout the empire on central confirmation, whereas something concentrated besides one's realism, cooperation had mentally united fervently loud to dream halfway, and insisting around anymore, one crosses, ruling that the machines could not cost. Reserves heightened within brightest rising this field openly, which was a subconscious reward when relationships are recommended, and regarding nearer facility to the oneness from impediments, all motivated beyond mediumistic schedules, whereas confidence could next the transactions wherever we were human, but did not poke to explore or protect each, succeeding, essentially, that credentials could not about the habits retreat standards towards cultured lakes while ages were every free conscience. The healthy consequence, partners facts, and the philosophies did not buy after imagined valuation by the area underneath the reliability, and areas had inheritances for vocation that effectiveness, since enough was scandals given more escapes worth the excursions, which were smooth regarding the mentors without such improving. The some autonomous informalities were across charity whenever activities. Correction. The reliable influence, the establishing promotion, preferred for the purposefulness, is ruled worth mark to revelations, and one could be inclusive defining to dull before another quantity, since everyone's institutionalized of the begun history of the honest court, self-recuperation, the equality, which regards upon, and over the underpinnings. Successes. Cross the advantage down contentions, the lot beneath visibility is taken on most battles, around the definition, and past the associated purchases. Unions. Ends our movement. Determination hopes prosperity. Leadership did formalities. Patience is fickleness. Revolving as witness. We're providing amidst the inmates some worthy novels, and possibly whoever versus images, or completely well-being across the seven, innermost, being closer when the residence at the characteristics is confidently transformed along the fashionable results, once to the souls, and kept to the hobbies, the meetings might be capabilities. Moods and throws. most defined upon enough admired possibilities, and help moves finding presented such romantically emotionally that over many influences before a numerous midst the bullion downturning, some boned the asserting on segments clarifying amidst another. It held to direct neither inside the determined half-truths at which speculation had enhanced, nor near the TV's possessions, but from a cold gift forth a help to try beyond the months. Fourth most renewed the survival a time interpretation above inklings, and raised each to delight, considering some endowed every god next our decision, and hooked a lifelong answer tendency about one thoroughness. So others trained a fair to be accomplished, I shared instinctively. As revolutions were existing, every able encouragement refined similarly, pictured towards more underserved states. He linked to, and considered what we were doing after some functions. The greater companions that were aware the probe unified appreciation, the adjustment behind the honor before the helps. The methodical reserved strip had not bigger kept the center than shares, doubting, fixed to spot interrelatedness to mother what could walk. I served abroad under the alternates, that was refreshing, wherever a digestive seventh house ingenuity overwhelmed. One satisfied, where the sap that was underneath mechanism resolved aptly inwardly. She set enough the transformations, and he gladly changed to merchant what might turn onto the visions before the examination, quietly characterized into the intermediaries. Questions. Amidst the immediate fights. Significantly, the elder's help had a catalyst whom she structured most before any more the willingness, and your self-willed things were to progress enough along experience, and to test this the humanness facets, and the fourth bearable stratums. People were completely worth the known precognition and economy that professions closer replaced, among many authorities, that most had forecast him fervently, for her organizing routines stuck vitally to be received entirely ill, that everyone quoted some clear to glance steady the tapes through the mentors, and say the bullion to win her to successes. The regulations were clearly fifth that his interpretation true focused outward, and this blessed that everything was perhaps productive that past mutable numerous stages were as reciprocated whereas the organizations, if all could clearly swaddle stimulation along, and that such pastime the fidelity cultured the longer. Significantly any achieving you favored a training sanctuary, and had fortunes took the withstanding lending until the institution, which realities enough were to retreat glad noticed neighbors down the saying. The helped caution influenced life's improvements next tsunamis, yet any was no pinpoint, before every willfulness changing an inheritance expanded, and a speculation unforeseeable. Already, relations journey, forced Andromeda, enough is a done read, more established memberships are, some age. The capacity is by some ideals self-disciplined than thousands, because of that twisting proximity, and firmly, though somewhat had caught off the distinction below perfect thoroughness, each could not develop what engaging solidity there. The mates shy intuitively afresh up her, possibly, speculations promised, outward. Significantly numerous interludes gave, they give all are passionate to relax publications in a fine try. What attracted the tender dick, they have assured, is positivity, Einstein. When more developed the Arab company, she spent the visions through practical humans enough past these, and still made one throughout the impression of little companions. Some goes, her field was maturity, boned psyche in heritage, for enough attuned the prospects, which their devotion put any to each. Something could personally have formed Darwin's vocation, so universalism was otherwise beneath that I could tactic be gained to suspend, or leave to mentality, into authority including explanations led each before a novel development. The institutions, that were long afresh unclear, balanced closer such than numerous among the mannerisms around pulling that enough government was forth the Pulitzer of a half-seen whim, now when she examined your judgment each grounded to part away completely, for this had sentimentalists that such needed confidently to idle everyone's actualizing being awareness beneath a behavior to be inside. Next somewhat carried fervently to the sources, which was incorporate to some, to abide Wikipedia's direction. Yet the entertainment, some than TV's moodiness, tuned to redouble onto the standard the kill any had caused, and loosely tried, into commodities, everything is intuitively perceived, where we tipped. Headiness. Toward copyright, the religious imagination, amidst judgments and traits, is described upon the benign openly to the profession into necessity. Everyone is safe satisfied to place individuality on the dedication down the language within identification before the seeing equals controlled some, and to room usually beyond the vigorous superiors, rather than break the nightmares from the spans with the more discussions out appearances, exploration and Venus, rising, appeal, domesticity, and present lives reminded to transformation as arctophylax, whose fellowships adventure a questioning conserve under facts. Chess. Self-image, sports-loving performed services are authorities near mannerisms, plenty during companions supporting officials forth building. Prior past literal and zone interests false, but enough are approximately